Стратегию импортозамещения, искать новых партнеров в тех странах, которые готовы к продолжению сотрудничества. Но, безусловно, многое зависит и от своевременности и успешности деятельности правительства. При этом речь идет не только о том, чтобы хеджировать те или иные риски, минимизировать последствия санкционных режимов для развития страны от новых санкционных пакетов, но речь идет и о повестке развития. И мы не забываем о том, что мы должны думать не только о сегодняшнем дне, но и о завтрашнем дне. Об этом вы в своем вступительном слове, Владимир Владимирович, сказали. Поэтому хотел бы несколько соображений высказать относительно возможных решений, которые, на наш взгляд, надо принимать уже сейчас. Ну, во-первых, насколько это возможно в нынешней ситуации, хотелось бы обеспечить предсказуемость условий реализации масштабных инвестиционных проектов. В рамках этого направления мы ведем активный диалог с правительством, ну, в частности, речь идет о завершении доработки механизма соглашений о защите и поощрении капиталовложений. Я думаю, что в течение буквально месяца мы завершим эту работу с правительством, и речь идет в том числе о применении так называемого формульного подхода. В тех случаях, когда меняются существенные параметры условий реализации проектов, надо применять действительно некие формулы, которые не гарантируют стабильности всех текущих и будущих условий, но делают предсказуемыми эти будущие условия в тех случаях, когда санкции таким триггером выступают и влияют и на уровень инфляции, дефицит бюджета, курс рубля. При этом данный подход мы обсуждали, Владимир Владимирович, с вами в рамках декабрьского съезда РСПП, и сейчас пытаемся его формализовать вместе с правительством, с Андреем Ивановичем Белоусовым. При этом практика применения таких подходов может быть распространена, наверное, и на другие элементы экономической политики. Учитывая, что санкции могут удлинить сроки реализации инвестиционных проектов или сдвинуть вправо начало их реализации на более поздний срок, мы предлагаем продлить срок действия наиболее популярных инструментов и механизмов поддержки, в том числе корпоративных программ повышения конкурентоспособности, инвестиционного налогового вычета, региональных инвестиционных проектов. Это, безусловно, повысило бы предсказуемость условий реализации всех намеченных проектов и планов компаний. С учетом введенных санкций в отношении суверенного долга, безусловно, нужно думать о том, чтобы дополнительно простимулировать спрос на облигации со стороны частных инвесторов. Я напомню, что в России открыто более 20 миллионов брокерских счетов, а на московской бирже число частных инвесторов превысило 15 миллионов, я имею в виду индивидуальные инвестиционные счета. И, безусловно, потенциальный внутренний финансовый рынок, который успешно развивался в последние годы, может смягчить остроту санкций и дать новый источник работы с государственным долгом. Еще одно направление минимизации внешних финансовых рисков и одновременно это направление развития – это введение эффективного регулирования цифровых финансовых активов и криптовалют. По цифровым финансовым активам законодательство, в принципе, принято. Надо достаточно быстро ввести определенные налоговые режимы, которые создадут даже не стимулы, а снимут некоторые дискриминационные, по сути дела, условия функционирования этих активов по сравнению с другими видами финансовых активов. Что касается криптовалюты, то мы здесь поддерживаем взвешенную позицию Минфина и правительства и предлагаем не затягивать с формированием законодательной базы для легального развития данного сектора. В целом считаем важным продолжением работы и стимулирование инвестиционной активности частного бизнеса, причем речь не идет здесь о дополнительных налоговых стимулах, как иногда считается. Речь идет о том, чтобы дать возможность компаниям реализовывать инвестиционные проекты, в том числе за пределами отдельных юридических лиц. То есть речь идет о том, чтобы формализовать более четко понятие холдинговая компания, которая, по сути дела, отсутствует в российском законодательстве. Можно рассмотреть возможность снятия мораториев на развитие консолидированных групп налогоплательщиков. И при этом, безусловно, речь идет здесь о повышении качества российского корпоративного и налогового законодательства, которое может повысить конкурентоспособность, во-первых, этого законодательства, но самое главное, оно позволит ответить на вопрос, сколько же реально инвестируют российские компании, в том числе из дивидендов. Вы такую задачу ставили, и мы хотели бы, чтобы диалог наш здесь с Минфином, с правительством включал и эти компоненты. Поскольку вот сейчас многие инвестпроекты компаний, реализуемые за счет дивидендов, не попадают в периметр оценки совокупных инвестиций холдинговых структур. Хотел бы в заключении сказать, что мы при этом исходим, что Россия не открывается, она остается частью мировой экономики, и поэтому, безусловно, мы не отказываемся и от международных договоренностей по ключевым направлениям сотрудничества. Ну, в частности, речь идет о углеродной проблематике, о проблематике климата. Я думаю, что правильно, чтобы наши партнеры зарубежные понимали, что климатические проекты – это не та сфера, где могут применяться санкционные жесткие режимы, поскольку это действительно в интересах всего человечества. В равной степени, я думаю, что продолжится сотрудничество и по многим другим направлениям, в том числе по международным правилам налогообложения. И в целом, я думаю, что надо делать все для того, чтобы максимально демонстрировать, что Россия остается частью глобальной экономики и не, как говорится, будет провоцировать, в том числе через ответные какие-то меры, глобальных негативных явлений на мировых рынках. Так что не сомневаюсь, что вместе мы справимся с любыми внешними рисками и вызовами, но и внутри страны нам нужно действительно действовать эффективно и работать не только по текущей повестке, но и по повестке завтрашнего дня. Спасибо.
Спасибо вам. Что хотел бы сказать, вот первое. Вот это самое главное, чтобы было понятно. То, что происходит, вынужденная мера. Мы просто не оставили никаких шансов поступить иначе. Риски в сфере безопасности создали такие, что другими средствами отреагировать было невозможно. Все попытки по нулям. По нулям. Откровенно говоря, ну, честно говоря, даже удивлен. Но ни на миллиметр не сдвинулись ни по одному вопросу. Это первое. Просто чтобы, я хочу еще раз это подчеркнуть, вынужденные меры. Потому что могли такие риски для нас создать, что вообще непонятно, как дальше страна существовала бы. Это первое. Второе. Конечно, мы все, да и вы, понимаем, в каком мире живем, и готовились так или иначе к тому, что сейчас происходит с точки зрения рестрикции и санкционной политики. Тем не менее, и вот то, что я скажу сейчас, я считаю крайне важным. Как раз хочу отреагировать на то, о чем сказал президент Российского союза предпринимателей, промышленников и предпринимателей Шохин Александр Николаевич. Россия остается частью мировой экономики. И в этой связи, настолько, насколько она остается этой частью, мы не собираемся наносить ущерб системе, в которой мы сами чувствуем себя, в которой мы чувствуем себя частью. Мы не собираемся наносить ущерб системе мирового хозяйства, в которой мы сами находимся. И настолько, насколько мы там находимся. Поэтому, мне кажется, и наши партнеры должны это понять и не ставить перед собой задачу выталкивать нас из этой системы. Тем не менее, даже по политическим соображениям эти рестрикции будут. Но в этой связи хотел бы обратиться и к вам с призывом отнестись с пониманием к тому, что происходит, и солидарно работать с правительством в поисках тех инструментов, которые поддерживали бы производство, экономику, рабочие места, но исходили из тех реалий, которые складываются. Со стороны правительства, вообще власти в самом широком смысле этого слова, конечно, задачу вижу в том, чтобы обеспечить вам условия хорошие, обеспечить больше свободы. Ответ может быть только один – обеспечить большую свободу предпринимательской деятельности. Конечно, в известных рамках, с тем, чтобы, как здесь коллеги выразились, чтобы была предсказуемость определенная со стороны правительства, но мы ожидаем, что и предсказуемость со стороны бизнеса должна быть тоже обеспечена. Ясно, что мы не можем полностью прогнозировать геополитические риски, но во взаимоотношениях между бизнесом и правительством, конечно, вы вправе рассчитывать на то, что со стороны правительства вот эта предсказуемость будет понятной и стабильной. И самое главное, конечно, нужно оставаться в постоянном контакте, тонко реагировать на все, что происходит, и при необходимости корректировать нашу совместную работу. Я хочу вас поблагодарить за то, что было сделано до сих пор, даже в достаточно сложных условиях. И надеюсь, что мы будем и в новых условиях, хотя они нельзя назвать, что они совсем уж супер новые, но тем не менее на этом этапе работать также солидарно и не менее эффективно.
Secretary General Stoltenberg of NATO, and with permission I'll update the House on our response to President Putin's onslaught against a free and sovereign European nation. Shortly after 4 o'clock this morning, I spoke to President Zelensky of Ukraine as the first missiles struck his beautiful and innocent country and its brave people, and I assured him of the unwavering support of the United Kingdom. Yeah. And I can tell the House that at this stage, Ukrainians are offering a fierce defence of their families and their country. And I know that every honourable member will share my admiration for their resolve. Earlier today, President Putin delivered another televised address and offered the absurd pretext that he sought the demilitarization and denazification of Ukraine. In fact, he is hurling the might of his military machine against a free and peaceful neighbour in breach of his own explicit pledge and every principle of civilized behaviour between states, spurning the best efforts of this country and our allies to avoid bloodshed. For this, Putin will stand condemned in the eyes of the world and of history. He will never be able to cleanse the blood of Ukraine from his hands. And although the UK and our allies tried every avenue for diplomacy until the final hour, I'm driven to conclude that Putin was always determined to attack his neighbour, no matter what we did. Now we see him for what he is, a blood-stained aggressor who believes in imperial conquest. I am proud that Britain did everything within our power to help Ukraine prepare for this onslaught, and we will do our utmost to offer more help as our brave friends defend their homeland. Our embassy took the precaution on 18th of February of relocating from Kiev to the city of Lviv in western Ukraine, where our ambassador Melinda Simmons continues to work with the Ukrainian authorities and to support British nationals. Now we have a clear mission, diplomatically, politically, economically, and eventually militarily. This hideous and barbarous venture of Vladimir Putin must end in failure. At the G7 meeting this afternoon, we agreed to work in unity to maximise the economic price that Putin will pay for his aggression. And this must include ending Europe's collective dependence on Russian oil and gas that has served to empower Putin for too long. So I welcomed, again, Chancellor Scholz's excellent decision to halt the certification of Nord Stream 2. Mr. Speaker, countries that together comprise about half the world economy are now engaged in maximising pressure, economic pressure, on one that makes up a mere 2%. For our part today, the UK is announcing the largest and most severe package of economic sanctions that Russia has ever seen. With new financial measures, we're taking new powers to target Russian finance, in addition to the banks we've already sanctioned this week. Today, in concert with the United States, we are imposing a full asset freeze on VTB. More broadly, these powers will enable us totally to exclude Russian banks from the UK financial system, which is, of course, by far the largest in Europe, stopping them from accessing sterling and clearing payments through the UK. And with around half of Russia's trade currently in US dollars and sterling, I'm pleased to tell the House that the United States is taking similar measures. These powers will also enable us to ban Russian state and private companies from raising funds in the UK, banning dealing with their securities and making loans to them. We will limit the amount of money that Russian nationals will be able to deposit in their UK bank accounts, and sanctions will also be applied to Belarus for its role in the assault on Ukraine. Overall, we'll be imposing asset freezes on more than 100 new entities and individuals, on top of the hundreds that we've already announced. This includes all the major manufacturers that support Putin's war machine. Furthermore, we are also banning Aeroflot from the UK. Next, on top of these financial measures and in full concert with the United States and the EU, we will introduce new trade restrictions and stringent export controls similar to those that they in the US are implementing. We will bring forward new legislation to ban the export of all dual-use items to Russia, including a range of high-end and critical technological equipment and components in sectors including electronics, telecommunications, and aerospace. Legislation to implement this will be laid early next week. These trade sanctions will constrain Russia's military, industrial, and technological capabilities for years to come. We're bringing forward measures on unexplained wealth orders from the Economic Crime Bill to be introduced before the House rises for Easter. And we will set out further detail before Easter on the range of policies to be included in the full bill in the next session, including on reforms to Companies House and a register of overseas property ownership. We will set up a new dedicated kleptocracy cell in the National Crime Agency to target sanctions evasion and corrupt Russian assets hidden in the UK, and that means oligarchs in London will have nowhere to hide. And Mr. Speaker, I know that this House will have great interest in the potential of cutting Russia out from SWIFT. And I can confirm, as I've always said, that nothing is off the table. But for all these measures to be successful, it is vital that we have the unity of our partners, the unity in the G7 and other fora. And, Mr. Speaker, Russian investors are already delivering their verdict on the wisdom of Putin's actions. And so far today, Russian stocks are down by as much as 45%, wiping $250 billion from their value in the biggest one-day decline on record. Sberbank, Russia's biggest lender, is down by as much as 45%, and Gazprom down by as much as 39%, while the ruble has plummeted to record lows against the dollar. We will continue on a remorseless mission to squeeze Russia from the global economy piece by piece, day by day, and week by week. And we will, of course, use Britain's position in every international forum to condemn the onslaught against Ukraine, and we will counter the Kremlin's blizzard of lies and disinformation by telling the truth about Putin's war of choice and his war of aggression. And we will work with our allies on the urgent need to protect other European countries that are not members of NATO and who could become targets of Putin's playbook of subversion and aggression. And we will resist any creeping temptation to accept what Putin is doing today as a fait accompli. There can be no creeping normalization, not now, not in the months to come, not in the years ahead. We must strengthen NATO's defences still further. And so today I called for a meeting of NATO leaders, which will take place tomorrow, and I will be convening the countries that contribute to the Joint Expeditionary Force, which is led by the United Kingdom and comprises both NATO and non-NATO members. Last Saturday, I warned that this invasion would have global economic consequences, and this morning the oil price has risen strongly. The government will do everything possible to safeguard our own people from the repercussions for the cost of living. And of course we stand ready to protect our country from any threats, including in cyberspace. Above all, the House will realise the hard and heavy truth that we now live in a continent where an expansionist power, deploying one of the world's most formidable military machines, is trying to redraw the map of Europe in blood and conquer an independent state by force of arms. And it's vital for the safety of every nation that Putin's squalid venture should ultimately fail and be seen to fail. However long it takes, that will be the steadfast and unflinching goal of the United Kingdom. I hope of every member of this House and every one of our great allies, certain that together we have the power and the will to defend the cause of peace and justice as we have always done. And I say to the people of Russia, again, whose president has just authorized an onslaught against a fellow Slavic people, I cannot believe that this horror is being done in your name, or that you really want the pariah status that these actions will bring to the Putin regime. And to our Ukrainian friends, in this moment of agony, I say that we are with you and we are on your side. Your right to choose your own destiny is a right that the United Kingdom and our allies will always defend, and in that spirit, I join you in saying Slava Ukraini, and I commend this statement to the House.
I now call the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this dark hour, our thoughts, our solidarity and our resolve are with the Ukrainian people. Invading troops march through their streets. Missiles shell their cities.
Putin mit den Grundprinzipien der Mir geht es da nicht anders. Die Lage ist sehr ernst. Gerade erleben wir den Beginn eines Krieges, wie wir in Europa so seit mehr als 75 Liebe Mitbürgerinnen und Mitbürger, heute ist ein furchtbarer Tag für die Ukraine und ein düsterer Tag für Europa. Wir alle sorgen uns um den Frieden. Ich kann mir gut vorstellen, welche Fragen Sie sich heute Abend stellen. Mir geht es da nicht anders. Die Lage ist sehr ernst. Gerade erleben wir den Beginn eines Krieges, wie wir in Europa so seit mehr als 75 Jahren nicht erlebt haben. Russlands Präsident Putin hat die Entscheidung getroffen, die Ukraine militärisch anzugreifen. Das ist ein Überfall auf ein unabhängiges, souveränes Land. Er ist durch nichts und durch niemanden zu rechtfertigen. Es ist der Versuch, Grenzen innerhalb Europas gewaltsam zu verschieben, ja vielleicht ein ganzes Land von der Weltkarte zu tilgen. Voller Absicht bricht Präsident Putin mit den Grundprinzipien der Charta der Vereinten Nationen und mit der europäischen Friedensordnung. Er gefährdet das Leben unzähliger Bürgerinnen und Bürger der Ukraine, dem Brudervolk Russlands. All das geschieht nicht weit weg von uns, sondern hier in Europa. Gerade 2 Flugstunden von Berlin entfernt sitzen im Moment Familien in Luftschutzkellern. Frauen, Männer und Kinder bangen um ihr Leben. Ukrainerinnen und Ukrainer bewaffnen sich, um ihre Heimat gegen eine Invasionsarmee zu verteidigen. In diesen schweren Stunden sind unsere Gedanken bei den tapferen Bürgern und Bürgern der Ukraine. Ich habe Präsident Selenskyj heute Morgen in einem Telefonat gesagt, das ukrainische Volk und seine frei gewählte Regierung haben unsere volle Solidarität. Diese Verletzung der Souveränität der Ukraine durch Russland werden wir nicht hinnehmen. Mit dem Angriff auf die Ukraine will Präsident Putin die Zeit zurückdrehen. Aber es gibt kein Zurück in die Zeit des 19. Jahrhunderts, als Großmächte über die Köpfe kleinerer Staaten hinweg entschieden. Es gibt kein Zurück in die Zeit des Kalten Krieges, als Supermächte die Welt unter sich aufteilten in Einflusszonen. Und es gibt auch kein Zurück in die Zeit vor 1989. Damals erkämpften die Bürgerinnen und Bürger in Mittel- und Osteuropa sich ihre Freiheit und Demokratie, auch in unserem Land und in der Ukraine. Deshalb haben wir Präsident Putin wieder und wieder vor einem Krieg gegen die Ukraine gewarnt. Noch vor einer Woche habe ich persönlich mehrere Stunden mit ihm im Kreml diskutiert und ihm klar gesagt, dieser Krieg wäre ein schwerer Fehler. Er würde damit auch dem russischen Volk und der Zukunft seines eigenen Landes schweren Schaden zufügen. Präsident Putin hat all die Warnungen und Bemühungen um einen diplomatischen Ausweg in den Wind geschlagen. Er allein, nicht das russische Volk, hat sich für diesen Krieg entschieden. Er allein trägt dafür die volle Verantwortung. Dieser Krieg ist Putins Krieg. Abermals appelliere ich mit allem Nachdruck an Präsident Putin: Stellen Sie die Kampfhandlungen unverzüglich ein. Ziehen Sie die russischen Truppen aus der Ukraine zurück. Widerrufen Sie die völkerrechtswidrige Anerkennung der Gebiete Donetsk und Luhansk. Bis zuletzt haben wir in der internationalen Gemeinschaft auf Dialog gesetzt und das Gespräch mit Moskau gesucht. Wir hatten Hoffnung, aber wir waren nicht naiv. Deshalb haben wir uns parallel auf diesen Ernstfall vorbereitet. Mit unseren Verbündeten und Partnern in der Europäischen Union, in der Nato und in der G7 haben wir uns auf ein ganzes Paket von Wirtschaftssanktionen verständigt. Unser Ziel, der russischen Führung klarzumachen, für diese Aggression wird sie einen hohen Preis zahlen. Bereits nach der Anerkennung der Gebiete Donetsk und Luhansk durch Russland haben wir erste Sanktionen erlassen. Und wir haben die Zertifizierung der Gaspipeline Nord Stream 2 ausgesetzt. Angesichts des heutigen Überfalls auf die Ukraine verhängen wir weitere tiefgreifende Sanktionen. Sie werden die russische Wirtschaft hart treffen. Gleichzeitig müssen wir dafür sorgen, dass dieser Konflikt nicht auf weitere Länder Europas übergreift. Ich bin mir mit dem amerikanischen Präsidenten und unseren europäischen Freunden einig, dies mit all uns zur Verfügung stehenden Mitteln zu verhindern. Putin sollte die Entschlossenheit der NATO nicht unterschätzen, alle ihre Mitglieder zu verteidigen. Das gilt ausdrücklich für unsere NATO-Partner im Baltikum, in Polen und in Rumänien, in Bulgarien und in der Slowakei, ohne Wenn und Aber. Deutschland und seine Verbündeten wissen sich zu schützen. Liebe Mitbürgerinnen und Mitbürger, wir sind entschlossen und handeln geschlossen. Darin liegt unsere Stärke als freie Demokratien. Putin wird nicht gewinnen. Die Bürgerinnen und Bürger in der Ukraine wollen Demokratie und Freiheit. Und Europas Zukunft wird eine Zukunft in Frieden und Freiheit sein. Dafür werden wir sorgen, gemeinsam mit unseren Freunden und Partnern.
Андрюх! Да не успеет, нет. Да, уровень, не трогай. Андрюх, проходим. Пошли назад лучше. Оттуда сюда ближе. Пожалуйста, нужно туда. Никуда. В обратную сторону, пожалуйста. Проходите в ту сторону. Ребят,
Пожалуйста.
Нет войне! Да нет, вот кого раньше.
Если мы не будем прекращать это делать, можно найти.
Западная бегунья на последний, правильно?
А курить можно?
Проходим вниз! Все проходим вниз! Проходим вниз!
Нам тоже проходить?
И вам тоже! Проходим! Поторапливаемся вниз!
Нет!
забирать. Где вы тут умеете забирать? Трусы! Трусы вы! Предатели страны! Мы детство!
Ну за что ж ты меня забрал? Толкни его.
Наушники.
Вот сейчас вот задержанных поведут, рогатку-то вы собьете. Не рогатку, это что? Все, я просто батарейки.
Потому что они пошли туда.
Кто тут кричал? Кто кричал? А что из такого?
Сейчас, одну секундочку. 6
Кто-то говорит, что у него просто...
Нет, по другой стороне. Короче, не с той стороны, где известие, надо сначала.
Добрый день. Не, давайте мы пойдем.
Давайте, не работаете? Где вот искаем большой просто.
Сейчас сюда подвезу. Куда? Сейчас подъедем. Плакат пускай свернут.
Такая достали наша
Полицейских, конечно, больше, чем
Там наши. Валет.
Почему вы так делаете? Это вы кто? Русские люди, что ли? Вы русские? Что делаете? Бессовестные! Да что?
Что же вы делаете-то? Фашисты!
Взяли Молву, известия.
Я забыл машину.
Конечно, говорят у вас. Конечно,
Очень пресса. Не пойму, что ли они за пьянку стал взяли, за хулиганку, карточки нет.
Я не знаю, как иначе. Короче, сказали, что туда лучше, то...
Вот там, я понимаю, просто думаю, вот уже проснется, у нас журналист. А дай мне зачитал.
World War II. Canada is unequivocal in our condemnation of Russia's unprovoked and unjustified attack on the sovereign, democratic state of Ukraine. President Putin's brazen disregard for international law, democracy, and human life are a massive threat to security and peace around the world. I just spoke a few minutes ago with President Zelensky. I told him that we are announcing strong action today and continue to stand with him and with the Ukrainian people. Earlier this morning, I met with G7 partners to coordinate our response. We're also working closely with NATO and our allies. Together, we have made clear that Russian violence, aggression, and violation of international law will not go unpunished. We stand united and steadfast in our support of Ukraine's sovereignty, and we stand in solidarity with the Ukrainian people's right to decide their own future in a free and democratic state. Mardi, après la reconnaissance par le président Poutine des soi-disant États indépendants de Donetsk et Luhansk, le Canada a annoncé une première série de sanctions concertées. Les sanctions du Canada ciblent les responsables des actions illégales de la Russie, ainsi que deux banques russes soutenues par l'État. De plus, on interdit aux Canadiens de faire des achats de la dette souveraine russe. Et il sera interdit de participer à toute transaction financière avec les soi-disant États indépendants de Donetsk et de Luhansk. On a également annoncé le déploiement de jusqu'à 460 membres supplémentaires des forces armées canadiennes pour soutenir l'OTAN sous l'opération Réassurance afin de favoriser la paix et la sécurité en Europe. Today, in light of Russia's reckless and dangerous military strike, we are imposing further severe sanctions. These sanctions will target 58 individuals and entities, including members of the Russian elite and their family members, as well as the Wagner Group and major Russian banks, among others. We will also sanction members of the Russian Security Council, including the Defense Minister, the Finance Minister, and the Justice Minister. In addition, effective immediately, we are ceasing all export permits for Russia and canceling existing permits. These sanctions are wide-reaching. They will impose severe costs on complicit Russian elites, and they will limit President Putin's ability to continue funding this unjustified invasion. Aujourd'hui, suite à la frappe militaire irresponsable et dangereuse de la Russie, on impose d'autres sanctions sévères. Ces sanctions ont une grande portée. Elles vont entraîner de grands coups aux élites russes ayant des liens de complicité et elles vont limiter la capacité du président Poutine à continuer de financer cette invasion injustifiée. Je veux être clair, l'attaque de la Russie contre l'Ukraine est aussi une attaque contre la démocratie, la loi internationale et la liberté. Make no mistake, Russia's attack on Ukraine is also an attack on democracy, on international law, on human rights, and on freedom. Russia's actions stand in direct opposition to the democratic principles that generations of Canadians have fought to protect. Democracies and democratic leaders everywhere must come together to defend these principles and stand firmly against authoritarianism. Russia must immediately cease all hostile actions against Ukraine and withdraw all military and proxy forces from the country. Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity must be respected, and the Ukrainian people, like all people, must be free to determine their own future. I want to be clear. Our quarrel is not with the people of Russia. It is with President Putin and Russian leadership that has enabled and supported this further invasion of Ukraine. La vérité c'est que la Russie viole la souveraineté de l'Ukraine depuis des années. En 2014, elle a annexé illégalement la Crimée. Depuis, elle n'a jamais cessé de nuire à la démocratie en Ukraine. Et aujourd'hui, le président Poutine a ouvert un nouveau chapitre sombre de cette histoire en lançant une invasion à grande échelle. These are deeply disturbing times for the international community and for people everywhere who care about freedom and democracy. And while the eyes of the world are on leaders, we can never lose sight of the human cost of conflict. Innocent people, including children, are now facing violence and chaos. In these dark hours, Canada's message to the people of Ukraine is this: you are not alone. We are standing with you. For Canadians and permanent residents in Ukraine, your safety and security are now our top priority. We also want to make sure that you can get to safety. We've arranged for safe passage for you and your families at the land borders with Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, and Moldova. We are urgently issuing travel documents for affected Canadians, permanent residents, and their immediate family members. We're also prioritizing immigration applications for Ukrainians who want to come to Canada. And to ensure we can serve people as quickly as possible, today we are launching a new dedicated phone line for anyone at home or abroad with urgent Ukraine-related immigration questions. Aux Canadiens et aux résidents permanents du Canada qui se trouvent en Ukraine, votre santé et votre sécurité sont notre priorité absolue. On a pris des mesures pour que vous et votre famille puissiez traverser en toute sécurité les frontières avec la Pologne, la Slovaquie, la Hongrie, la Roumanie et la Moldavie. On délivre de toute urgence des documents de voyage aux Canadiens et aux résidents permanents touchés, ainsi qu'aux membres de leur famille immédiate. On traite aussi en priorité les demandes d'immigration provenant d'Ukrainiens qui souhaitent venir au Canada. Et pour être certain de pouvoir servir les gens le plus rapidement possible, on lance aujourd'hui une nouvelle ligne téléphonique spécialement conçue pour les gens qui sont ici ou à l'étranger qui ont d'urgentes questions à poser sur l'immigration en lien avec l'Ukraine. Last night, I spoke with Ukrainian Canadians at the Ukrainian Canadian Congress board meeting. I told them that President Putin has underestimated the strength and unity of democratic allies and partners, and he has underestimated the strength and resolve of Ukrainian people. These are traits of Ukrainian Canadians, too. You have helped build this country. You are proud of your culture and your heritage, and you don't back down. Well, neither will Canada. Our support for Ukraine, for democracy, and for human rights remains unwavering. Merci beaucoup. Je passe maintenant la parole à la vice-première ministre Chrystia Freeland.
To Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Good afternoon. The Russian military has begun a brutal assault on the people of Ukraine. Without provocation, without justification, without necessity, this is a premeditated attack. Vladimir Putin has been planning this for months, as we've been saying all along. He moved more than 175,000 troops, military equipment and positions along the Ukrainian border. He moved blood supplies into position and built a field hospital, which tells you all you need to know about his intentions all along. He rejected every good faith effort the United States and our allies and partners made to address our mutual security concerns through dialogue to avoid needless conflict and avert human suffering. For weeks, we have been warning that this would happen. And now it's unfolding largely as we predicted. In the past week, we've seen shelling increase in the Donbass, a region in eastern Ukraine controlled by Russian-backed separatists. The Russian government has perpetrated cyber attacks against Ukraine. We saw a staged political theater in Moscow, outlandish and baseless claims that Ukraine was about to invade and launch a war against Russia, that Ukraine was prepared to use chemical weapons, that Ukraine committed a genocide. Without any evidence, we saw a flagrant violation of international law in attempting to unilaterally create two new so-called republics on sovereign Ukrainian territory. And at the very moment that the United Nations Security Council was meeting to stand up for Ukraine's sovereignty, to stave off invasion, Putin declared his war. Within moments, missile strikes began to fall on historic cities across Ukraine. Then came the air raids, followed by tanks and troops rolling in. We've been transparent with the world. We've shared declassified evidence about Russia's plans and cyber attacks and false pretexts so that there could be no confusion or cover-up about what Putin was doing. Putin is the aggressor. Putin chose this war, and now he and his country will bear the consequences. Today, I'm authorizing additional strong sanctions and new limitations on what can be exported to Russia. This is going to impose severe cost on the Russian economy, both immediately and over time. We have purposely designed these sanctions to maximize the long-term impact on Russia and to minimize the impact on the United States and our allies. And I want to be clear, the United States is not doing this alone. For months, we've been building a coalition of partners representing well more than half the global economy. 27 members of the European Union, including France, Germany, Italy, as well as the United Kingdom, Canada, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, and many others, to amplify the joint impact of our response. I just spoke with the G7 leaders this morning, and we're in full and total agreement. We will limit Russia's ability to do business in dollars, euros, pounds, and yen to be part of the global economy. We'll limit their ability to do that. We're going to stunt the ability to finance and grow the Russian military. We're going to impose and we're going to impair their ability to compete in high-tech 21st century economy. We've already seen the impact of our actions on Russia's currency and the ruble, which early today hit its weakest level ever in history. The Russia stock market plunged today. The Russian government borrowing rate spiked by over 15%. In today's actions, we've now sanctioned Russian banks that together hold around $1 trillion in assets. We've cut off Russia's largest bank, a bank that holds more than 1/3 of Russia's banking assets by itself, cut it off from the U.S. financial system. And today, we're also blocking 4 more major banks. That means every asset they have in America will be frozen. This includes VTB, the second largest bank in Russia, which has $250 billion in assets. As promised, we're also adding the names to the list of Russian elites and their family members that we're sanctioning as well. As I said on Tuesday, These are people who personally gain from the Kremlin's policies, and they should share in the pain. We will keep up this drumbeat of those designations against corrupt billionaires in the days ahead. On Tuesday, we stopped the Russian government from raising money from U.S. or European investors. Now we're going to apply the same restrictions to Russia's largest state-owned enterprises, companies with assets that exceed $1.4 trillion. Some of the most powerful impacts of our actions will come over time as we squeeze Russia's access to finances and technology for strategic sectors of its economy and degrade its industrial capacity for years to come. Between our actions and those of our allies and partners, we estimate that we'll cut off more than half of Russia's high-tech imports. It will strike a blow to their ability to continue to modernize their military. It'll degrade their aerospace industry, including their space program. It'll hurt their ability to build ships, reducing their ability to compete economically. And it will be a major hit to Putin's long-term strategic ambitions. And we're preparing to do more. In addition to the economic penalties we're imposing, we're also taking steps to defend our NATO allies, particularly in the East. Tomorrow, NATO will convene a summit. We'll be there to bring together the leaders of 30 allied nations and close partners to affirm our solidarity and to map out the next steps we will take to further strengthen all aspects of our NATO alliance. Although we provided over $650 million in defensive assistance to Ukraine just this last year, let me say it again. Our forces are not and will not be engaged in the conflict with Russia in Ukraine. Our forces are not going to Europe to fight in Ukraine, but to defend our NATO allies and reassure those allies in the East. As I made crystal clear, the United States will defend every inch of NATO territory with the full force of American power. And the good news is, NATO is more united and more determined than ever. There is no doubt that the United States and every NATO ally will meet our Article 5 commitments, which says that an attack on one is an attack on all. Over the past few weeks, I ordered thousands of additional forces to Germany and Poland as part of our commitment to NATO. On Tuesday, in response to Russia's aggressive action, including its troop presence in Belarus and the Black Sea, I've authorized the deployment of ground and air forces already stationed in Europe to NATO's eastern flank allies, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, and Romania. Our allies have also been stepping up, adding the other allies, the rest of NATO, adding their own forces and capabilities to ensure collective defense. And today, within hours of Russia's unleashing its assault, NATO came together and authorized and activated an activation of response plans. This will enable NATO's high readiness forces to deploy and when and where they are needed to protect our NATO allies on the eastern boundaries of Europe. And now I'm authorizing additional U.S. force capabilities to deploy to Germany as part of NATO's response, including some of the U.S.-based forces that the Department of Defense placed on standby weeks ago. I've also spoken with Defense Secretary Austin and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Milley, about preparations for additional moves should they become necessary to protect our NATO allies and support the greatest military alliance in the history of the world, NATO. As we respond, my administration is using the tools, every tool at its disposal, to protect American families and businesses from rising prices at the gas pump. You know, we're taking active steps to bring down the cost, and American oil and gas companies should not exploit this moment to hike their prices to raise profits. You know, in our sanctions package, we specifically designed to allow energy payments to continue. We are closely monitoring energy supplies for any disruption. We've been coordinating with major oil-producing and consuming countries toward our common interest to secure global energy supplies. We are actively working with countries around the world to elevate collective release from the strategic petroleum reserves of major energy-consuming countries. And the United States will release additional barrels of oil as conditions warrant. I know this is hard and that Americans are already hurting, I will do everything in my power to limit the pain the American people are feeling at the gas pump. This is critical to me. But this aggression cannot go unanswered. If it did, the consequences for America would be much worse. America stands up to bullies. We stand up for freedom. This is who we are. Let me also repeat the warning I made last week. If Russia pursues cyber attacks against our companies, our critical infrastructure, we are prepared to respond. For months, we've been working closely with the private sector to harden our cyber defenses, sharpen our ability to respond to Russian cyber attacks as well. I spoke last night to President Zelensky of Ukraine, and I assured him that the United States, together with our allies and partners in Europe, will support the Ukrainian people as they defend their country. We'll provide humanitarian relief to ease their suffering. And in the early days of this conflict, Russia propaganda outlets will keep trying to hide the truth and claim success for its military operation against a made-up threat. But history has shown, time and again, how swift gains in territory eventually give way to grinding occupations, acts of mass civil disobedience, and strategic dead ends. The next few weeks and months will be hard on the people of Ukraine. Putin has unleashed a great pain on them, but the Ukrainian people have known 30 years of independence. They have repeatedly shown that they will not tolerate anyone who tries to take their country backwards. This is a dangerous moment for all of Europe, for the freedom around the world. Putin has committed an assault on the very principles that uphold the global peace. But now, the entire world sees clearly what Putin and his Kremlin allies are really all about. This was never about a genuine security concerns on their part. It was always about naked aggression, about Putin's desire for empire by any means necessary, by bullying Russia's neighbors through coercion and corruption, by changing borders by force, and ultimately by choosing a war without a cause. Putin's actions betray his sinister vision for the future of our world, one where nations take what they want by force. But it is a vision that the United States and freedom-loving nations everywhere will oppose with every tool of our considerable power. The United States and our allies and partners will emerge from this stronger, more united, more determined, and more purposeful. And Putin's aggression against Ukraine will end up costing Russia dearly, economically and strategically. We will make sure of that. Putin will be a pariah on the international stage. Any nation that countenances Russia's naked aggression against Ukraine will be stained by association. When the history of this era is written, Putin's choice to make a totally unjustifiable war on Ukraine will have left Russia weaker and the rest of the world stronger. Liberty, democracy, human dignity, these are the forces far more powerful than fear and oppression. They cannot be extinguished by tyrants like Putin and his armies. They cannot be erased by from people's hearts and hopes by any amount of violence and intimidation. They endure. In the contest between democracy and autocracy, between sovereignty and subjugation, make no mistake, freedom will prevail. God bless the people of a free and democratic Ukraine. May God protect our troops. Associated Press, Zeke.
Do you have any plans to speak with President Putin at this point, and what interactions have you had with the Russian government?
I heard the first part. Do I have any plans to speak with Putin at this point, and what?
What communications have you had with the Kremlin as far as military operations in Ukraine and making sure this does not spiral into a larger conflict?
Well, it's a large conflict already. The way we're going to ensure it's not going to aspire to a larger conflict is by providing all the forces needed in the Eastern European nations that are members of Nato. NATO is more united than it's ever been, and I have no plans to talk with Putin.
Mr. President.
Wall Street Journal, Tarina.
Mr. President, you didn't mention SWIFT in your sanctions that you announced. Is there a reason why the U.S. Isn't doing that? Is there a disagreement among allies regarding SWIFT and whether Russia should be allowed to be a part of it?
The sanctions that we've proposed on all their banks have of equal consequence, maybe more consequence than SWIFT, number one. Number two, it is always an option, but right now that's not the position that the rest of Europe wishes to take. Cecilia Vega, ABC.
Sir, sanctions clearly have not been enough to deter Vladimir Putin to this point. What is going to stop him? How and when does this end? And do you see him trying to go beyond Ukraine? And a second question I'll just give to you now. This statement that he gave last night, the threat that he gave, the West will face consequences greater than any you have faced in history. Is he threatening a nuclear strike?
I have no idea what he's threatening. I know what he has done, number one. And number two, no one expected the sanctions to prevent anything from happening. It has to show, this is going to take time, and we have to show resolve so he knows what's coming. And so the people of Russia know what he's brought on them. That's what this is all about. This is going to take time. It's not going to occur, he's going to say, oh my God, these sanctions are coming, I'm going to stand down. He's going to test the resolve of the West to see if we stay together, and we will. We will, and it will impose significant costs on him.
Will he go beyond Ukraine, sir? Do you see him going?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, two topics, just really quick. First, markets are down and gas prices are up. I know you always stress the difference between Wall Street and Main Street, but everybody seems to be in for some economic pain. How economically painful is it going to get for people in this country? And I do have one more question.
First of all, there's no doubt that when a major nuclear power attacks and invades another country, that the world is going to respond, and markets can respond all over the world. So there's no doubt about that, number one. Number two, the notion that this is going to last for a long time is highly unlikely as long as we continue to stay resolved in imposing the sanctions we're going to impose on Russia, period. What's the next question? I'm sorry.
The next question is, did you underestimate Putin, and would you still describe him the way that you did in the summer as a worthy adversary?
At the time, he was, I made it clear, as an adversary, and I said he was worthy. I didn't underestimate him. And I've read most of everything he's written. Did you read I shouldn't, I'm not a wise guy. You heard the speech he made, almost an hour's worth of speech is why he was going into Ukraine. He has much larger ambitions in Ukraine. He wants to, in fact, reestablish the former Soviet Union. That's what this is about. And I think that his ambitions are completely contrary to the place where the rest of the world has arrived.
And with his ambitions, you're confident that these devastating sanctions are going to be as devastating as Russian missiles and bullets and tanks?
Yes, Russian bullets, missiles, and tanks in Ukraine. Yes, I am.
Thank you, President Biden. If sanctions cannot stop President Putin, what penalty can?
I didn't say sanctions couldn't stop him.
But you've been talking about the threat of these sanctions for several weeks now.
Yes, but the threat of the sanctions and imposing the sanctions and seeing the effect of the sanctions are two different things. They're two different things. And we're now he's going to begin to see the effect of the sanctions.
And what will that do? How will that change his mindset here, given he's
because
attacking
it will so
Ukraine
weaken his country that he'll have to make a very, very difficult choice as to whether to continue to move toward being a second-rate power or, in fact, respond.
You said in recent weeks that big nations cannot bluff when it comes to something like this. You recently said that the idea of personally sanctioning President Putin was on the table. Is that a step that you're prepared to take? And if not,
it's not a bluff, it's on the table.
Sanctioning President Putin?
Yes.
Why not sanction him today, sir?
Mr. President?
Why not sanction him today, sir?
Mr. President, if I can, you detailed some severe and swift new sanctions today and said the impact it will have over time. But given the full-scale invasion, given that you're not pursuing disconnecting Russia from what's called SWIFT, the international banking system, or other sanctions at your disposal. Respectfully, sir, what more are you waiting for?
Specifically, with the sanctions we've imposed exceed SWIFT. The sanctions we imposed exceed anything that's ever been done. The sanctions we imposed have generated 2/3 of the world joining us. They are profound sanctions. Let's have a conversation in another month or so to see if they're working. Yes.
Can I ask you about Zelensky? Sir, you spoke to Vladimir Zelensky yesterday, sir?
What's the risk that we are watching the beginning of another Cold War, and is there now a complete rupture in U.S. and Russian relations?
There is a complete rupture right now in U.S.-Russian relations if they continue on this path that they're on. And in terms of a Cold War, that depends. You have the vast majority of the rest of the world in total opposition to what he's doing, from Asia to South America to Europe to around the world. And so it's going to be a cold day for Russia. The idea, you don't see a whole lot of people coming to his defense.
And are you, if I could follow up, sir, are you urging China to help isolate Russia? Are you urging China to help isolate Russia?
I'm not prepared to comment on that at the moment. No. Yeah. No. He's had his hand up a long time.
Thank you, Mr. President. How concerned are you that Putin wants to go beyond Ukraine into other countries and the U.S. will have to get involved if he moves into NATO countries?
Well, if he did move into NATO countries, he will be involved. We will be involved. The only thing that I'm convinced of is if we don't stop now, he'll be emboldened. If we don't move against him now with these significant sanctions, he will be emboldened. And look, well, anyway.
Can you talk anything more about your conversation? Mr. President.
Why not sanction Putin directly today?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Sir, India, which is a major defense partner of the United States, is India fully with you on the issue of Ukraine and Russia?
Does the Defense Department of the United States...
Sir, India is one of your major defense partners. Is India fully in sync with the United States on Russia?
We're in consultation with India today. We haven't resolved that completely.
One more question.
Okay, thank you all very much. Thank you.
Mr. President, why not sanction? Financial impact, sir. Are you sanctioning President Putin?
seguro. Dime. Dime, ¿qué?
il y a eu 2 explosions tout à l'heure, mais les sirènes n'ont pas retenté, donc a priori, c'est pas dans le centre de Kiev. Je suis assez rassurée en ce moment. La mosaïque, c'est ce qu'il faut. Je crois bien que la première fois. se rassure en disant que ce sont des cibles militaires qui sont visées et ils essaient de garder encore leur calme. Mais c'est vraiment parce qu'il y a une espèce de solidarité, les gens se parlent, on se donne les adresses des abris, il y en a 5000 à Kiev, notamment en métro qui est le plus chaud du monde, plus de 120 mètres, ou sinon il y a également un bunker énorme sous la gare de Kiev qui peut accueillir environ 2000 personnes. Et dans ces cas-là, les gens de la défense, les gendarmes de la défense nationale, nous disent quand il y aura une saison vraiment spectaculaire, là, tout ce que vous avez, les abris, donc plusieurs semaines pour les pas encore celle de cette semaine. Sinon, pour résumer la journée, j'ai envie de vous dire, c'est qu'il est vraiment très impressionnant, c'est ces réveils au son du diamant ce matin, dans cette image quand on fait des bombardements aériens, et ici, pas dans le Donbass, les gens n'ont pas l'habitude de vivre la guerre, et pendant 5 heures du matin, on a commencé à tourner, les gens étaient vraiment sidérés. Beaucoup fuient, d'autres sont là, d'autres se disent non, ils ne vont pas tirer sur les civils, ils visent des installations
Maybe inside of you. going. So no more men between 18 to 60 years old from Ukraine as of today, as of now, last night.
Yeah, they were
from Ukraine.
Can I do it verbally?
Did anybody confirm that there is this train coming? Like, since we got here?
I was just said it's supposed to come at this time. And
okay.
It's probably going to come at some point.
Yeah.
But there's
not official train.
Right. Special train. Yeah.
Well, if the official, tomorrow morning at 9 you have the first coming that comes from Odessa and passes in Lviv.
Okay.
Stops here.
Yeah.
And it arrives here at 9.
Yeah.
Okay.
Usually it's in last platform, so also because it's tricky. You go down here.
This platform.
Yeah, that with the like. Not this. This is the tape. There's another one.
Oh, okay. Because where I'm aimed right now.
This is platform 3.
Okay.
No, this is even 2. So when you go down, so you go down left, you go all the way until the last stairs on the right.
Okay.
And it will seem like a street.
Okay.
But when you go up on the right, then you see a small path towards the platform because it's more closed, because it's, costumes. Stuff, so then you get there 4 and 5.
So why are we here and not over there?
Because everything is turned off.
Oh.
Yeah, there's no lights there.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I see. So, we're anticipating that the lights would turn on and they do because the trains.
Or maybe to want to come over there. Yeah, like this information came from the TV station. So you're based in Europe or
you have room till now?
So you work for a week. On the way here, drive.
Does Chark need a room?
Doesn't know till tomorrow.
Co to jest, Stefan?
Brawo. Brawo, jedziecie po schodach. Brawo, wejdziecie do tego, gdzie drżymy tą tu, tam jest sala,
Everyone stays in my room.
No, I go somewhere. Hotel rooms and chairs. Closer is sleep.
Poleciał w powietrze i zobaczył, co
Like, being here right at 3 a.m. Stay. You have one. You're welcome. Like, everyone can be there.
Olać ten pociąg. A co Kasper? Nie, no nic nie da. Pani mi powiedziała wszystko Ukraińcy.
Ukraińcy? Live? Big stress.
Wszędzie. Tak, proszę pani. Nie. You don't like it that much, is it? She's happier that I told her that I'm not going to go to Ukraine though.
Yeah.
She still wasn't very happy about it.
Like change and everything together.
No, I said I'm going to do it. But not that much. It's going to make it.
No, co i niż 4, to już
happening? Like, tried for a long
Szkoda 4. Project 4.
That's pretty fast. It's pretty fast. It's also four-wheel drive. Space. It's a good car.
Cezary,
Co? Masz patent?
mam patent.
Gdzie?
Przed Rzeszowem. Beatka mi znalazła.
Bo on tam w tej stronie wiedzieli, że jest stary.
No, bo było 190, a zostało 140 ceny.
A to...
Pani powiedziała, że
I na jego nas?
teraz ale oni tam już jadą, bo nie mogą, nie jadą z fakturą.
Na Poznanie, no na lotnisku to było.
A, użycie, tak.
Warszawa, Poznań, Poznań, Warszawa, Warszawa, Rzeszów, Rzeszów i Rzeszów, Medwina, Przewieź, kurwa, Warszawa. 1500. Ty wiesz, ja mam samochód.
Jaki pociąg?
Tak. Wy tam. Tam jest.
Tam jest, aha. Na drugą stronę. Ale można odwrócić. Jak w kapówce.
Nie z tej strony.
Aj tam, aj tam.
I hope so. I think so. Install a bunch of energy costs. They must be locals. They're just locals. Yeah. No. Hello, this is
Next to the restaurant.
Yep. No, that was just a local train. It was just, yeah, it's not a local. It's just a local train. Well, it was supposed to come at 1/2 but it's obviously it's late. It seems to be it's supposed to. So it's kind of it's unknown. Yeah, well, I may not know until very, very shortly before, because I'm told that where I'm pointed is the general direction where it can come, but not necessarily the spot where it can come. I'm gonna go there. There's probably gonna be a bunch of people coming the stairs because there's like a bunch of people around.
Okay, yeah. So it's very hard to say. There's not a lot of information from the locals. We're just kind of improvising. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I understand. I just shot that train because it was just happened to be going by. I thought it might be something I could shoot for color or something, but it wasn't that. Oh, well, yeah. I'm sorry, yeah, I just, I don't have a lot of information. It's, Okay, thanks, bye.
Halo? Tak, dobrze.
And many of them, when I hear they were speaking about Poznan, for example, also, so that they here the station is, the transit station, so they are waiting for the connection with the other cities in Poland when they work sometime.
So are these beds normally here?
No.
Oh, okay, so they brought
Everything is prepared by the organization, the Polish organization, the bed, the food, the water, hot drinks, and the phone numbers, the SIM cards. I don't know if you will see, have you seen? There is the Play. Play is the Polish company, the mobile company.
Yeah,
so
probably
they
will
are
need
giving
nothing
the
but
free SIM cards.
Is there someone here at the train station who's an official?
Yeah, we've done that in a long time.
This train is coming, this special train from because it was already supposed to be here.
Yeah.
So, is it still coming?
Yeah. I'll keep that in mind.
Okay, I will go to bicycle.
Okay, babe, I gotta do
Maybe some
Soldiers.
soldiers, someone working here for the train station, some official, probably knows that. Because we may be, I don't want to be standing here and wasting my time. Inside. Trains it is coming.
So just one second, I will go. Did you send it, this contact?
I sent you two contacts. Vanessa.
A message, huh?
Yeah, in messenger. Vanessa and Monica.
By messenger or by WhatsApp?
By messenger.
By messenger.
By SMS.
By SMS. So the regular message, SMS, I got nothing. I got nothing.
Maybe it's still taking some time to arrive to you, but it shows that it sent it. It was the same messenger I was using before.
Yeah. So far it's not.
Okay, maybe it takes a little time. Okay, thank you.
I heard the explosion next to my building and I didn't know what it was. And I quickly found it. I took almost everything with me. It was very early in the morning, and I saw more explosions. And I headed to the shelter, period. And maybe quickly go to the railway station and go to the beach from my hometown.
Dzień dobry. Dzień dobry.
And I try to move further to Poland, try to side onwards to Poland. I feel safe here.
Nazywam się Krzysztof Ciszek. Nigdy nie byłem karany. Tylko proszę pana, nie chcę pić, nie chcę jeść.
But I cannot really help my relatives and friends. Many of them are in danger. Many of them cannot leave as quickly as I do.
Pomóżcie mi. Ale pomóżcie mi. Panowie, pomóżcie mi.
My plan is to meet my lovely boyfriend in Switzerland. Period. Probably I could collect some donations for my friends and transfer them to my acquaintances and friends in Kiev. Period. Although in this situation I understand that money is perhaps not everything. Period.
Tak?
at Russia, and there will be a moment, I have no doubt about this, that the Russian president and Russia will understand that. Period. But before that happens, a lot of damage will be done, period. There's a lot of struggle ahead of us, period. Poland, a NATO country where I feel safe, has fought a lot against the Soviet regime. The totalitarianism in the 21st century still exists, period.
Przepraszam Państwa, protestujcie mi inne papierosy, tylko jeden. Nie. Państwa, protestujcie mi inne papierosy, tylko to nie.
Возьми Ленин, уменьши, а я этот скачу. Надо его поднимать. Нет, Сальвова.
Есть. Your neighbor.
Isabella is asking around to find out more about this train.
Okay. Should find a hotel?
Yeah. 3 nights, 3 rooms.
Far?
No, it's about it's a little bit north of here, which might be a good location.
That's better.
And it's about 30. It's not so far.
These 2
taken this train to Krakow.
Yeah. To Krakow.
To Krakow.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because they are moving all over. They can't hear, but
So where do they go?
Krakow.
On a train?
Yeah.
Which train?
Some train that is coming. That's why they go to the platform.
Yeah.
Okay, now I was wondering because
To the platform, jump to the train, and to
Krakow.
When is it leaving?
And will you guys up to tomorrow?
Okay, I mean that's part of the story, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, because a lot of people has family all over Poland. So today I met a guy that he was just commuting here. He ran away because of the bombing, and he arrived here and he was taking a ticket to Opole because he has residence permit in Poland. He was meeting his family in Opole because they live there.
Okay.
No, there's a lot of, a lot of Ukrainians have the residence permit.
Right.
now.
There is.
No.
It's at
The
5.
last one was
It's at 4?
4 a.m. Next one.
Famous last word.
Yeah?
maybe we go.
To Krakow.
Yeah. You want to take me close?
Well, that's for sure, 24 hours clubs.
Jewish district. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's...
No kids, but.
Tarek, if you want to go, sleep, go. It's okay. I'll wait here for the one train if it comes, and then I go sleep. I mean, two of us here. You work the whole day. You should go.
I will.
Yeah, go. There's no point.
Yeah, I'll try and find someone else.
Welcome in my nice, very nice fucking country.
See? It's better than the other one.
Yeah. See you.
See you tomorrow.
Nice to meet you.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Ciao. Ciao.
What time? What you directly from hotel you go to the Arwamów?
I don't know yet. I'm not sure.
where?
Maybe.
Arwamów, where is in the open
Soldiers.
American soldiers.
No, we don't do that.
If we take the car, so there's no place
We
to
come
park.
here for the
It's
9
like,
o'clock train if there's one. And then we can do that anytime.
Yeah.
So first we come here, then we probably check the other border crossing, the Korchava, Korchava. That's the other border crossing on the highway.
Which could be busier.
But please and that.
But that might be also where, yeah, let's see, that might be where Raphael is going to be.
And the looking at the phone and the line, Polish line, no Ukrainian, because too much expensive.
if I wake up,
This is maybe a manual for Orange.
Okay, right.
I don't know why.
For, you mean the phone line?
Yeah.
You know, everything
Polish.
is moving fast, so we don't know
We
what's.
got a special package for Ukraine for
Ah,
phone.
that's
So
okay.
it won't be too expensive.
That's
Data
Odessa was
and,
bombed.
There's a
It's a regional train. It has the coat of arms of Ukraine.
That you cannot
there's
understand what they are saying.
a scheduled train from Odessa.
We
at
go
9 o'clock.
to, yeah. I don't think there's going to be nothing to do now.
That's why,
Nothing to do now.
I'd say now.
You mean now, like, if the train doesn't come?
I don't think there's no fucking train coming. Like, we got this info from a Polsat journalist.
Yeah, I asked Isabella, the fixer, to find out what the story is with this train.
But
she doesn't know.
But Czarek
she's looking now. She's asking.
Czarek asked about the lady in the office, and she said there is some special train, but they don't know the time.
Oh, so she said it.
The woman said.
Yeah.
Good night, Czarek. Czarek, only 5 Żubrowka. Only 5. Only 5.
Not 6.
Not 6. Not 4. 5.
The perfect number.
For every ring.
Yeah. Bye, ciao.
Okay, so we need to, let's wait a bit.
Charming Czarek.
Yeah, I'll wait a bit.
I go to the Para-Olympiad.
You go to compete, you know.
I go to the Special Olympics. I always win. So does everybody else.
Sounds like a father life. No, I can see. I'm uncle for the 3rd time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm so happy they are not here.
Did we meet before somewhere?
Probably.
Because I remember your face. When I saw you, I thought I remembered your face. And then your name is familiar too.
I was in Prague a few times.
Yeah, you probably
Austria,
Poland. What did we do with Poland?
Vienna sometimes.
Biden, no, we did like Biden or something. Didn't we do something like this? Not Biden. Not Biden, the other one.
Pence.
Pence.
Yeah, I was in Warsaw. Yeah. Probably.
That's what.
Yeah, if you came to Warsaw for some polio, we probably crossed paths. I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
What did I do?
You were with the bubble.
Yeah, but what did I do in Krakow?
It was the election that then they changed the fact.
Oh,
We needed to go to Wisnik.
Right, the
And
election.
Maya needed to come from Warsaw.
Fucking stupid election.
Yeah, we won for like 0.5 or whatever. Like everyone was fucking fed up.
That was so awful.
And the
I
election.
already don't remember that. It's just like pushed it out.
And we were having pretty a lot of vodka. And then suddenly at midnight we get this message like, oh, he decided to vote fucking 300 kilometers off the place we thought about it. Like, oh, okay. Calling everyone like, hey!
So, just a quick question.
No. It needs to come from that side.
Okay. Because they were asking me.
This came from Warsaw. Depends what you want.
I'm fucking happy with like the problem that was going on. And that has to be done.
Well, people are still reviving. Right, we were there like, what time we were at the corner, what, 7? Around 7. 6 to 7, and we were getting people arriving. Yeah, but maybe they are changing to the, because in Medica there's a sports hall that should operate as a refugee center. So today we crossed like 5 times, but we haven't seen any movement. Yeah, they are like the Ministry of Interior too. Today announced there would be these refugee tents in the border crossing. In Medica there's still nothing, but in the other one that is half an hour from here, it seems that they already have one. Yeah, I think the first thing tomorrow, like, at least from my point of view, or you can just have a few shots here, or train.
Are they pissed when you take pictures of them? They don't care. Oh yeah, I just go shoot some sleeping people.
Nice.
I'll go shoot some sleeping.
Yeah. Hi there. Yeah. So that was also not the train. It's coming from the wrong direction. So we're trying to work out if this train. Yeah. We're trying to work out whether this train is going to come or not tonight. You know, it might have been hearsay. So my fixer is working on it. She's inside. So you don't want to waste any time. I'm standing by. So I'll let you know. Bye-bye.
This is a good sign. This is a good sign. So far. Mr. Holland, you're the only member of the front row there. Okay, let's go.
Very late. I'm leaving right away. Earlier? Yeah. Take what I can get. Car's not high. A little acknowledgement every now and again. You gotta take it. You gotta do it. Somebody else is.
2-minute warning to briefing. 2-minute warning to briefing. Thank you.
You got a Bueller and
Keep everyone on their toes. Zeke, you got cold on it.
I know. That's how powerful he is. That's how powerful he is. He wasn't even there. What are the socks today? What do we got?
Yeah, you want to get that?
Yep. I'm gonna go with a 50 this time. Okay. Cut it a little. I like that time.
Did you duck out this way?
That way.
Right at the top of the six. And then boom. And luckily we got on sound earlier for a package. Usually in the 45 days. I know.
Yeah.
That's exactly
I don't know. That means I gotta
people said. That's literally exactly.
All I knew is it would be.
ABJ is walking in.
Honestly, I would just cry silent little tears right here. I just can't handle that today.
And take questions.
Wait. Hi, everyone.
Hello. Okay. Back by popular demand. If he decides he's not going to be an economic expert anymore, he might have a future in our business or in the press office. So Dilip is back. He's going to give some brief comments at the top, take a few questions, then we'll do some briefing after then. And I'll just say at the top for anyone who needs to leave for TV, feel free to go. It's all fine. I will turn it over to Dilip now.
Thank you, Jen. Good to see all of you again, but this is a briefing I never wanted to give. I'd like to start by saying the prayers of the entire world are with the people of Ukraine today as they suffer an unjustified, unprovoked, and premeditated attack by the Russian military forces. President Biden has said from the start of this crisis, if Putin chooses to invade, the cost to Russia will be immediate and profound, to its financial system, to its economy, to its technology base, and to its strategic position in the world. As the world has now witnessed, Putin has made his choice. He rejected diplomacy and chose war. And today, the president has announced our response. Because of Putin's choices, his flagrant violation of international law, and his utter disregard for the principles that underpin peace and security across the world, we will now ensure his decision is remembered as a strategic failure. Today, we impose an unprecedented package of financial sanctions and export restrictions in lockstep with our allies and partners that will isolate Russia from the global financial system, shut down its access to cutting-edge technology, and undercut Putin's strategic ambitions to diversify and modernize his economy. Let me walk you through a few specifics, and I'll be happy to take questions. On financial sanctions, I stood at this podium on Tuesday and said, we would impose the most severe sanctions ever levied on Russia if Putin proceeded with the invasion. Today, we're following through. We will impose sanctions on Russia's two largest financial institutions, Sberbank and VTB, which together hold more than half of the Russian banking system's assets, over $750 billion in total. For VTB, we will freeze all of its assets touching the U.S. financial system and prohibit U.S. persons from doing any business with the bank. For Sberbank, we will sever its access to the U.S. financial system. We'll also freeze the assets of and prohibit any business dealings with 3 additional Russian banks with combined assets of over $70 billion. We'll also restrict U.S. investors from providing debt or equity financing for 13 of the most critical Russian state-owned enterprises, which combined have estimated assets nearing $1.5 trillion. And finally, we'll also impose sanctions on the executives at these state-owned institutions, as well as additional Russian elites who are complicit in Putin's kleptocracy, and their family members. Those who've shared in the Kremlin's corrupt gains and stored their wealth in yachts and luxury condos and fancy cars will now share in the pain of these measures. In terms of the financial impact, as I said, these are the most impactful and significant sanctions the U.S. has ever taken. But financial sanctions are just one part of our response. We're also unveiling today an expansive and unprecedented set of export restrictions developed in historically close coordination with the European Union, Australia, Japan, Canada, New Zealand, the United Kingdom, and Taiwan. These new measures include sweeping restrictions on Russian military end users to impair Putin's military capabilities, and will also deny exports across Russia to sensitive cutting-edge technology, primarily targeting Russia's defense, aerospace, and maritime sectors. In total, the United States and our partners will effectively be cutting off more than half of all high-tech imports going into Russia. This includes curbing Russia's access to advanced semiconductors and other foundational technologies that Russia needs to diversify and modernize its economy. Working in tandem, these financial sanctions and the export controls will undercut Putin's aspirations to project power on the world stage. And those impacts intensified dramatically just today. The Russian stock market plunged over 30% at one point before being halted by local regulators. Russia's currency, the ruble, weakened to its weakest value on record against the dollar before the central bank intervened. And the price the market is charging the Russian government to borrow is now above 15%. These impacts over time will translate into higher inflation, higher interest rates, lower purchasing power, lower investment, lower productive capacity, lower growth, and lower living standards in Russia. To be clear, this is not the outcome we wanted. It's both a tragedy for the people of Ukraine and a very raw deal for the Russian people. But Putin's war of choice has required that we do what we said, and to ensure this will be a strategic failure. Finally, let me just say a few words about the impact of Russia's choices on the U.S. We've intentionally scoped our sanctions to deliver severe impact on the Russian economy while minimizing the cost to the U.S. as well as our allies and partners. To be clear, our sanctions are not designed to cause any disruption to the current flow of energy from Russia to the world. We've carved out energy payments on a time-bound basis to allow for an orderly transition of these flows away from sanctioned institutions, and we provided other licenses to provide for an orderly wind down of business. Let me just stop there and take your questions.
I just had a real quick question. You said it would take some time before it affects the economy and inflation. What's the timetable? How long do you think it will take until you have demonstrable results?
Well, look, these are costs that build over time. And as I mentioned, I think last Friday, any leader, whether you're an autocrat or a small d Democrat, has to pay attention to the living standards of your country. And already we're seeing the effects of these measures and the signaling that we provided over the last 3 months. Before these sanctions were implemented, inflation in Russia was 8.7%. The government's borrowing costs had spiked above 10%. The ruble had lost almost 15% of its value. And today, those costs escalated dramatically. Now, it's going to be up to President Putin to decide, ultimately, how much cost he's willing to bear. But what we control is to make sure this will be a strategic failure, not just because of the sanctions, but also because of the export controls, because of Europe's accelerated diversification away from Russia in terms of its energy supply, due to our fortification of NATO's eastern flank, and due to the renewed energy and unity and determination by the West to stand up for our values and advance our principles.
But to confirm, you're in it for the long haul, right? You're until you see the results that you want.
We understand that these costs will accumulate over time.
You've just laid out all of the actions that the U.S. that our allies have taken at this point. As you understand, the questions, though, at this point are about the actions you have not yet chosen to take at this point, specifically the SWIFT system and sanctioning President Putin specifically himself. What are the triggers at this point? Are there actions that President Putin might still take you're expecting that would trigger those sanctions? Or what are the potential complications, especially about sanctioning Putin personally?
So I understand a lot of questions about SWIFT and about sanctioning President Putin and lots of other measures that could be mentioned. But let me say this. I think today was a demonstration that we mean what we say. We delivered on what we said we would do in terms of imposing costs. So when we say all options are on the table and that we're prepared to continue to ratchet costs higher, it would be a mistake to doubt that resolve. But let me also step back and say that when we consider which sanctions to apply, we're not cowboys and cowgirls pressing a button to impose costs. We follow a set of principles. We want the sanctions to be impactful enough to demonstrate our resolve and to show that we have the capacity to deliver overwhelming costs to Russia. That's one. Number two, we want them to be responsible, to avoid even the perception of targeting the average Russian civilian, and of course, unwanted spillovers back to the US or the global economy. Number three, we want to stay coordinated. And so we calibrate our sanctions to maximize the chance that we move in lockstep with our allies and partners. Number four, they should be flexible so that we can escalate or de-escalate depending on facts on the ground. And lastly, as I mentioned before, they have to be sustainable. These sanctions work over the long term. That's what will guide our design.
In light of the sanctions that were announced against individuals and entities in Belarus, Can you tell us whether there are sanctions against any other countries that are being seriously considered at the moment? And what is the line that a nation would need to cross in this conflict for them to be on the receiving end of sanctions from the U.S.?
Well, the Belarus measures were about delivering cost to a country that aided and abetted what we saw yesterday and overnight. But I have nothing else for you in terms of other countries being targeted.
JJ. Oh, did you have a question?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I know I didn't mean, I was confusing the arms here. You want to go in the middle?
Thank you, Delete.
We'll come back to you.
I wanted to ask you about some of the carve-outs. There are general licenses for more than a dozen areas, agriculture, energy, and you just said that the importance is to limit the impact on Americans. But I was hoping that you could say, is there a percentage that you can share of the number of exemptions that make up the overall transactions? So the general licenses, what percentage of the transactions are under those licenses?
I would refer you to Treasury and OFAC for the details on what exactly is being exempted and the percentage of business that would be included.
I mean, could you say, is it a third? Is it a half? I mean, is it a small percentage? Is it a high percentage?
I would go back to the principles of our design. The measures themselves and the exemptions are balanced so that we can deliver overwhelming costs while not having unintended consequences. And so that's the principle. But as to the specifics, I'd refer you to Treasury.
Wouldn't the oil be a large percentage? I mean, considering how important it is to Russia's bottom line?
Well, look, where we have an asymmetric advantage is in foreign capital and cutting-edge technology. So that's where we're delivering the most concentrated impact. When it comes to energy, this is the one area where Russia has systemic importance in the global economy. We know it's the second largest natural gas producer in the world. It's also the second largest crude oil producer in the world. That's not to say that we have a dependence on Russia. Russia depends on those revenues just as much as the world needs its energy. But we're not going to do anything which causes an unintended disruption to the flow of energy as the global economic recovery is still underway.
Thanks. Two quick questions, actually. One, if Putin takes Kyiv, does that trigger additional sanctions, specifically that scenario?
Not going to speculate on particular hypotheticals.
And you mentioned the timeline. You've been asked about the timeline. The president said in one of the answers to his questions today, he said, let's have a conversation in a month to see if these sanctions are working. But my question is, what happens in the meantime? Russia is taking over parts of Ukraine, major parts of Ukraine, as we speak. So the world just sits back and watches that happen until these sanctions take effect.
Look, we can't dictate Putin's actions. What we can do is what's within our control, and to make sure this is going to be a strategic failure for Russia. And so over the course of the next month, what you can expect is that we'll see an intensifying negative feedback loop in Russian markets. And I've described the elements of that. You'll see record capital outflows. You'll see a weaker currency. You'll see higher inflation. You'll see lower purchasing power. You'll see lower investment. And that negative feedback loop, the velocity of it, is going to be determined by Putin's own actions. And so that's what you should expect on the financial sanctions front. On export controls, what you can see is that over time, this is going to atrophy Russia's capacity to diversify outside of just oil and gas and to modernize the strategic sectors that Putin himself has said he wants to develop: aerospace, defense, IT, lasers, sensors. These sectors all depend on foundational technologies designed and produced by the West. You will begin to see a chilling effect take hold in Russia as those inputs are denied.
Thank you. For weeks now, administration officials have repeatedly said, yourself included, that these sanctions are meant to deter and prevent Putin from moving forward, from acting. Can you help us understand why the president said today that no one expected the sanctions to prevent anything from happening? And then secondly, on a quick one on Putin sanctions, without talking about when you might trigger them, can you help us understand what harm they would do to him personally if you were to sanction Putin?
Look, on your first question, we don't usually engage in hypotheticals up here at this podium, but let's play this out. Had we unleashed our entire package of financial sanctions preemptively, I think a couple of things might have happened. Number one, President Putin might have said, look, these people are not serious about diplomacy. They're not engaging in a good faith effort to promote peace. Instead, they're escalating. And that could provide a justification for him to escalate and invade. Secondly, he could look at it as a sunk cost. In other words, President Putin could think, I've already paid the price. Why don't I actually take what I paid for, which is Ukraine's freedom? So that's what we wanted to avoid. Look, ultimately, the goal of our sanctions is to make this a strategic failure for Russia. And let's define a little bit of what that means. Strategic success in the 21st century is not about a physical land grab of territory. That's what Putin has done. In this century, strategic power is increasingly measured and exercised by economic strength, by technological sophistication, and your story, who you are, what your values are. Can you attract ideas and talent and goodwill? And on each of those measures, this will be a failure for Russia.
I keep asking you this same
sorry,
question.
I don't think
She's not done yet. Let me just finish. Go ahead.
On President Putin.
But is it fair to say no one expected the sanctions to prevent anything? You certainly expected that, right?
Look, we signaled as clearly as we could what was coming if Russia proceeded with an invasion. As I mentioned before, economic costs of this severity generally matter to any leader because of the effect it has on his people's living standards. In this case, Putin made the wrong choice.
JJ's asking a question. Go ahead, JJ.
One more on SWIFT, please.
Don't really affect
The UK has been pressuring allies to still reject Russia from the SWIFT system. Can you say if the US is still intensely working to pressure allies to do the same? How intensely are you guys pursuing
I can't comment on what the UK's position is. I'm not going to speak to that. But what I'll say is the sanctions measures we imposed today, I think without question, were the most consequential ever levied on Russia, and arguably the most consequential ever levied in history, if you look at the aggregate financial impact on Russia. So that's why we took the measures that we did. And we did so because we could move in lockstep with our allies and partners, and because we think the spillover effects will be manageable.
I'm trying to figure out if this is still a realistic live round. Is the U.S. really still making an intense effort for this, or is it essentially...
This being SWIFT? Well, look, again, I'm just going to repeat, all options are on the table, and we're prepared to ratchet costs higher at a time and place of our choosing. And, President Putin should take that seriously after what he saw today.
Michael?
How do you ensure that these sanctions don't really affect
Let Michael ask his question. Go ahead, Michael.
Same question.
Just two questions. First, if you were to sanction Vladimir Putin, do you know where his money is?
Not going to comment on that.
And secondly, what is the message to Russia at this point on what it would take to roll back and relieve some of the sanctions that you put in place today?
Look, the road to diplomacy is always open. Diplomacy is never dead. But in the current circumstance, in the immediate aftermath of an invasion, that option is not available. Right now, we're imposing severe consequences on Russia for its decisions. If there were to be a shift in Russia's strategic choices that upheld core principles of respecting your neighbor's borders, respecting your neighbor's sovereignty, allowing countries to have the freedom to set their own course and their own destiny, that would be a different situation, but that's not where we are.
Tyler?
You suggested that there's things that still remain on the table, but as you walk through the hypothetical scenarios of trying to keep diplomacy open, you said that they have now crossed the line. But if you're saying there's still more on the table, do you expect things to get worse in the coming days, that Russia will continue to move forward? Is that the intelligence? I know you guys have been quite transparent about the intelligence you have. Are you keeping things back because you think the situation is going to get worse?
I think we've been transparent to a remarkable degree. One aspect of that transparency is by saying we can't get into President Putin's head. And so your question requires me to speculate on how he's thinking about next steps, and I simply can't do that.
But just in terms of U.S. intelligence and the way that you are planning out the different sanctions you have and keeping things on the table, is that a sense that it will get worse because you want to hold things back?
Look, our job is to be prepared and manage risks, all manner of risks. And that's what we've been doing over the past 3 months as this crisis intensified. We'll continue doing that.
Last one from Steve.
These sanctions don't affect ordinary people in Russia.
the targeting the Russian energy industry is totally off the table. Is that what you're saying, Dilip?
What I'm saying is that our measures were not designed to disrupt in any way the current flow of energy from Russia to the world. Now, we have also said we are going to cut off Russia's access to cutting-edge technology. That technology can be used across many sectors. And so as it relates to Russia's long-term productive capacity, we are seeking to degrade that capacity, but nothing in the short term as it relates to energy.
Thank you so much, Dilip. Thank you for joining us.
Jill.
Appreciate it.
Okay, I know it's late, but we will get to as many people as possible. I just wanted to note a couple of things at the top for all of you. One, USAID put out an announcement that they've deployed a DART, or Disaster Assistance Response Team, to respond to humanitarian needs in Ukraine. This DART team, which is currently based in Poland, is working closely with European allies and partners who will be on the front lines of the response. The team will lead the U.S. government's humanitarian response to help address critical needs caused by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The DART comprises 17 disaster experts from USAID who are assessing the situation, identifying priority needs to scale up assistance inside Ukraine, and working with partners to provide rapidly needed assistance to communities affected by the conflict. I know a number of you have also asked me, and we've tried to provide as much detail as possible about how the president has spent his time over the last period since last evening. I think we put out a few details, but just to reiterate for all of you, he closely monitored the events on the ground from both the Oval Office and then back in the residence over the course of last evening. We put out a few details last night, including the fact that he spoke repeatedly with his National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan. He also spoke with his U.S. UN Ambassador, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, before she gave that powerful speech at the UN last night. He received a briefing from Secretary Austin, Chairman Milley, Secretary Blinken, and his National Security Advisor around 11 p.m. approximately last evening as well. And as you know, he also spoke with President Zelensky. He continued to monitor closely into the wee hours last night. This morning, as you all know, he met for just about an hour with his national security team, which included both a full table in the room and full members from the cabinet, from the national security team on the screen. During that meeting, as is standard, he received an update from, of course, Defense, Intel, his diplomatic team about the status on the ground, and he has, of course, remained closely engaged with them through the course of the day. As you know, he also had a G7 meeting that lasted a couple of hours this morning, and he also spent an hour this afternoon on the phone with the leaders in Congress, Democratic and Republican leaders in Congress, briefing them on the situation on a secure call, briefing them on the situation on the ground, answering questions they had as well. So that has been his day to date, and he is continuing, of course, to focus on other priorities as president. But why don't we go to you, Zeke?
Thanks, Jen. Just picking up on that, has the president made any additional foreign leader calls today? Has he spoken to President Zelensky since their call last evening?
There's not been another call to President Zelensky. I expect, as you have seen over the past several days, he will continue to have calls with leaders. We will keep you abreast as those happen.
And with the U.S. government saying that it believes that the Russian objective right now is to decapitate the Ukrainian government, does the U.S. believe that President Zelensky at this moment is safe?
We're not going to get into security questions, but we are in touch with President Zelensky, and we are working to provide him a range of support.
And President Zelensky, in addition to calling for the West to cut Russia off from SWIFT, also proposed or called for, demanded, I think was the word he used in a tweet, that the U.S. and its allies impose a no-fly zone over Ukraine. I know the president has said that he won't put U.S. boots on the ground in Ukraine to fight Russia. Is Ukrainian airspace in play? Is that something that is subject to any discussions?
We've certainly seen his tweet or his request via tweet, but I don't have an update on that request.
In fact, that's not off the table. The no-fly zone's not off the table.
Again, I don't have any update on this point in time or status of the discussions. Go ahead.
Thanks. Just a follow-up on troops fast and a few cyber questions.
Sure.
Do you expect NATO to call up a major response force, and how many U.S. troops could be called to help in that effort?
That's really up to NATO. As you know, we have a number of troops, thousands of troops that are on call, but that is a decision to be made by the NATO alliance.
The president said, if Putin pursues cyber attacks against our companies, our critical infrastructure, we are prepared to respond. So just clarifying, does that first mean that there has not been any evidence of any cyber attack from Russia against any American companies at this point?
not that we have identified or attributed at this point in time.
And can you
I
explain?
mean, aside from past ones that you were fully tracking.
Yeah, I guess I mean in the last
Yes,
24 hours.
I understand.
Can you explain more of the White House's thinking on kind of this debate in Washington about whether a cyber attack against a NATO ally would trigger an Article 5 response, a response from the alliance?
Well, that again is up to the NATO alliance to determine, but obviously a cyber attack does constitute an attack, so that would certainly be a point of discussion among the NATO members.
Okay, one more really fast. On the USAID disaster response you just mentioned, a 17-person team. Is that enough? I mean, we're talking about, we've heard you guys talk about the potential of hundreds of thousands of
You're
refugees.
absolutely right, and I think that's an important point. But what we're trying to do here is provide any incremental update on the status of what our work is. And I'll just note, and you may be fully aware of this, but in terms of humanitarian assistance, we have been the biggest provider of humanitarian assistance to Ukraine. We've provided over $52 million in humanitarian assistance to Ukraine in the past year. Over the past few weeks, we've committed additional funding and supplies to humanitarian organizations. There's been a specific need and therefore a focus on support services, food, clean water, hygiene, shelter, trauma, primary health care, and we are prepared to certainly provide a significant amount more. So this is just one step, obviously less than 24 hours after the events of last night, and we will continue to plus up from here. Go ahead.
Jen, there are a number of protests within Russia itself. Are you monitoring this? What's your message to them?
Well, there certainly are, and I know with everything going on, this may not have caught everybody's attention, but let me just note that, today we're seeing Russian people in the streets, open letters from leading Russian journalists and cultural figures denouncing President Putin's war of choice, and reports of Russian mothers concerned about the reckless deployment of their sons to this fratricidal war. I think it's important to remember back in 2014 when they didn't even acknowledge that they were sending Russian soldiers. They didn't even acknowledge when there were body bags coming back from Ukraine into Russia. And there is an outcry in the streets by Russian people, by more Russian people than I think many would expect. So despite Putin's crackdown at home, dissenting views remain. And I think that's important to note. To publicly protest against President Putin and his war is a deeply courageous act. Their actions show the world that despite the Kremlin's propaganda, there are Russian people who profoundly disagree with what he is doing in Ukraine.
One more. Speaker Pelosi's talking about sending $600 million in lethal aid to Ukraine. Is this something you support?
We are in conversations with Congress, and I mentioned the president spoke with leaders just earlier this afternoon. I don't have an exact number, but those are ongoing conversations about what needs the Ukrainians have on the ground in a variety of categories: security, humanitarian, other economic assistance. Go ahead.
Does the U.S. have any analysis to indicate that there is dissent or division within Putin's government, or is it your understanding that Putin's government is united in this war?
It's an interesting question, and Jamie, without getting into intelligence, which obviously we look at, I mentioned obviously Russians protesting in the streets. That's not exactly what you asked about, but if you watched the meeting the President Putin had with members of his national security team the other day, it was quite striking, the back and forth he had with his intel chief in that meeting. The analysis of that certainly can be done in an open source manner, given it was quite public, but I will leave outside analysis to give further assessment of that.
And as you know, we are seeing Ukrainians start to flee the country.
Yeah.
Is the U.S. prepared to accept Ukrainian refugees?
We are, but we certainly expect that most, if not the majority, will want to go to Europe in neighboring countries. So we are also working with European countries on what the needs are, where there is capacity. Poland, for example, where we are seeing an increasing flow of refugees over the last 24 hours, or flow of individuals, I should say, out of Ukraine, what their needs are, and we've been talking and engaging with Europeans about that for some time now.
What part of what you're doing is to prepare for the United States to accept?
The president is certainly prepared for that, but I would just note that because there are a number of European countries neighboring Ukraine who have expressed an openness to it, we would anticipate many of them would want to go to European countries.
And just one more quick question. The president, of course, has repeatedly said that American troops will not enter Ukraine.
Yeah.
Is there any scenario that has been discussed where that decision might be reconsidered?
The president has no intention of sending U.S. troops to fight in Ukraine. That has not changed. Go ahead.
This was asked of the president earlier, but I don't think we got a full answer. Yesterday, Vladimir Putin said that he warned if others got involved of such consequences that you have never encountered in your history. Does the U.S. understand that as a threat of using nuclear weapons?
Well, we can't obviously get into the mind of President Putin as much as he said that, nor do we know all the specific details about his strategic posture, but we don't see any increased threat in that regard at this point in time. Go ahead.
Just follow up on some of the cyber questions.
Sure.
I know that you and others have talked about how the government is on alert for the potential of a cyber attack, but can you share, like, are there any specific steps that are being taken that you can share that the U.S. is doing to protect the infrastructure, power grid, U.S. banks?
Well, I would say, one, there's been efforts that have been ongoing for some time, since the beginning of the administration, to harden the private sector, or work with the private sector in partnership to harden their cybersecurity protections. We've actually seen a great deal of progress made in the financial sector. It's one of the stronger sectors in terms of protections from a cyber front that we see out there. So it's been ongoing for several months. Obviously, when there are moments like this where we continue to watch and look for what the potential is, we continue to engage closely with a range of industries about what they need to do, about the potential threats, and that's something that happens obviously privately and through a range of agencies. I can see if there's anything more specific that we can read out to all of you.
Just real quick, one follow-up. President Biden said that the U.S. is prepared if an attack comes there. He said prepared to respond. Would that response be a
cyber attack?
A cyber attack, yes. Would that be an equivalent cyber attack against Russia?
Well, I would say that the president reserves the option to respond in any manner of his choosing, overt or covert, seen or unseen, as we like to say in more available English. But I'm not going to get into specifics of what that looks like. He has a range of options. Go ahead.
Thanks. On oil prices and the SPR, does the administration have an oil price in mind that would trigger another release from the SPR?
I think not that we're going to get into detail or from here, JJ. I understand certainly the question. What you heard the president talk about today, and I can just reiterate a little bit, is that what has been ongoing, both from the president, who's been very engaged in this, having conversations with leaders in the Middle East and other parts of the world, as well as many members of his national security team, taking whatever steps we can to mitigate the impact on the global oil markets. And obviously that means increasing supply. Obviously a coordinated release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve would be part of that. But in terms of what that looks like or the specifics, I'm just not in a position to get into more details at this point.
Thanks. If the worst happens and Russia either reduces the flow of natural gas or cuts off energy altogether to Europe, does the administration have a good idea for how long households in Europe could last under that kind of circumstance?
I don't have an assessment of that from here. I can certainly check with our economic team. One thing I will say that one of the steps we've been taking, obviously natural gas shortages and supply is an enormous regional issue, one that would hugely impact Europe more than here, of course. One of the steps we've been focused on and been taking is engaging with partners who may have excess LNG supply, like countries in Europe, Japan, for example, where we're planning to give them some, and now they're going to divert it to Europe. So we've been working to help mitigate any impact of a further invasion and a shortage in Europe. Go ahead.
Some of the activity that we've seen today in Ukraine, some of the clashes have been in and around Chernobyl. Does the United States have an assessment of the risk of a radioactive release?
So I do have one actual update on that as well. There was also a report out, so let me speak to this first just so I don't forget, about hostages around there as well. So let me speak to that first. We are outraged by credible reports that Russian soldiers are currently holding the staff of the Chernobyl facilities hostage. This unlawful and dangerous hostage-taking, which could upend the routine civil service efforts required to maintain and protect the nuclear waste facilities, is obviously incredibly alarming and greatly concerning. We condemn it and we request their release. In terms of a further assessment, I don't have anything more on that from here.
You gave a readout of how the president spent past 24 hours or so. First, I wanted to ask about his call with President Zelensky. Did he indicate if he was still in Kyiv? Did he identify his location at this point?
We are aware of where he is located, and we are in touch with him. I would say on that call, what they discussed is President Zelensky's request for the president to condemn the actions of President Putin and the Russians and to engage with other global leaders about it, and that's exactly what he's done.
We've seen a number of statements today from former presidents, President Obama, President Bush, and also saw former President Trump on television talking about this. Has the president, you mentioned during the Afghanistan drawdown, he had been in contact with his predecessors. Has he been in touch with any of his predecessors during this?
He has not been today.
And then in terms of another domestic priority that was potentially included in his meetings today, given the situation, his time and focus and attention on the Supreme Court, on Ukraine, will this affect the timing of his Supreme Court announcement?
We are still on track to make an announcement before the end of the month. We have to do a lot of things around here at the same time. Go ahead.
Just to follow up on the cyber attacks and Article 5 question, I know you said that it's up to NATO to decide, but from a U.S. perspective, would any cyber attack against a NATO ally trigger Article 5, or would there be a measure for what counts?
Again, this is a conversation we would have with our NATO allies and partners. I don't have anything in addition to add to it.
And just to follow up on the Supreme Court, I know you said you're on track, but has he made a final decision given there are basically 2 days left for the end of the month?
Not a final, and no job offer has been made. Go ahead.
Thanks. Just a couple. Are there any concerns or indications at this point that Russia had prepared for the sanctions that you're putting in place and kind of developed preemptively ways to blunt that impact?
Well, it's an interesting question, and some of it is hard because it's hard to get into the minds of President Putin and the oligarchs around him. One of the steps we tried to take is to, as we were contemplating the individuals we were going to sanction, we sanctioned family members as well, because what we've seen the tactics they've used in the past is they've moved money around and resources around to family members, and we tried to address that on the front end. In terms of the banking and the financial sector, I mean, it accounts for such a large percentage of how they do business it would be a difficult thing for them to plan and plot against. And if you look to just even the anticipation of the potential sanctions, as Dilip was mentioning, the ruble is the worst performing currency in the world right now. Their inflation has skyrocketed. So we're even seeing in their markets the anticipated impact even before today, and that's even before the actual squeeze on the financial sector in the country. So it feels to me it would be a little hard to plan around and plot around given the significance of what was done today and the fact that when we sanctioning 10 of Russia's financial institutions and these export control measures, which essentially cuts President Putin off from semiconductors and access to a range of technology he wants for the future. Those are difficult things to plan ahead for.
I guess secondly, does the administration have any assessment for how China is reacting to this at this point? Whether they are willing to provide support to Russia, how much, and has there been any kind of contact there to kind of attempt to move them off of any support?
Well, in terms of what impact they can have, I mean, China only accounts for about 15% of China and Russia. I'm not sure. You can double check me on this. About 15% of the global economy. If you look at G7 partners in the U.S. and Europe, it's about 50%, right? So they cannot cover what the impact of the sanctions that have been announced in coordination with Europe, how they would impact Russia. I think from our perspective as it relates to China, well, I can't get into the heads of what their thinking is. This is really a moment for China, for any country, to think about what side of history they want to stand on here. And that is certainly the case that we would make publicly and privately. I think you saw that Secretary Blinken spoke with his counterpart just a couple of days ago. The president's certainly open to speaking with his counterpart, but I don't have any prediction of that at this point in time or a timeline. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Over the past couple of weeks, as you've been sounding the alarm on this, you've put the sanctions package together, conducted diplomacy with the Russians and the rest of the world. How did the Ukrainian government use that time, since they've been initially warned that this was a likelihood? Did they use that time wisely to prepare?
Tell me more about what you mean exactly.
Well, you're seeing reports from the streets in Russia, in Ukraine, of people being surprised You had obviously local and national leadership in Ukraine telling people to stay calm, to go to work, even the day before the invasion began. So were they properly prepared, and was there more that they could have done in the lead-up?
Look, I think it's not particularly constructive for us to give an assessment of that. What I can tell you is that our focus has been on providing up-to-date, what has turned out to be quite accurate and transparent information about what the President Putin was preparing to do, which was invade Ukraine. And we have been very clear with American citizens who are there. We have been clear with our European partners 4 months now, including Ukrainian leadership. So that has been what our focus has been. And we will remain a strong supporter and partner of President Zelensky in Ukraine moving forward. Go ahead.
Thanks, Chad. Following up on the sanction question.
Yeah.
We have heard for weeks that these sanctions were, at least in part, a part of a strategy that was based on deterrence as well as prevention. Today, with the President's comment that no one expected the sanctions to prevent anything from happening, moving forward, do you expect this slate of sanctions to prevent any further advancement or aggression from Russia?
Well, I would say that later in the back and forth or the press avail, he also said when asked if sanctions cannot stop President Putin, what penalty can? And he said, I didn't say sanctions couldn't stop him, which leads me to believe that's not exactly what he meant. He also went on to say the threat of sanctions and imposing the sanctions and seeing the effect of sanctions are two different things. And the way we look at this, broadly speaking, and Dilip touched on this a little bit, is that we do see them as having a deterrent impact, right? It doesn't mean they're 100% foolproof. But if there's a 95% chance of Russia invading without the threat of sanctions, and there's a 60, I'm making up these percentages just to make a point, but and a 65% chance that they will with them, you're obviously going to go with the threat of sanctions because you want to reduce the threat of an invasion. So there is a deterrent, and we've seen the deterrent impact work at times, right? I'd also note that we are very clear-eyed about the fact that President Putin, not just a few days ago, he gave the speech a few days ago where he questioned the legitimacy of Ukraine as a sovereign country. He's also talked about how the breakup of the Soviet Union was the worst thing that's happened, that's a paraphrase, in recent, in decades of history. So we are clear-eyed about his ambition, but what the other part of it that we are quite focused on is the consequences. And the way we see it is, as we've touched on a little bit, inflation skyrocketing, the ruble is the worst performing currency in the world. It was his decision to go to war. It's our choice to make him pay a price. Same with the global community. And we believe these consequences are also going to have an impact.
Just at the risk of repeating your question as well, the President did also say, let's check in a month, and there has been some questions about time here. It seems like this is a strategy to use these sanctions to put pressure on Russia to eventually discourage them to pull out, or to force them to pull out this advance. So what is the timetable here, you think, for when the Russian government will start actually feeling the impact of these sanctions and possibly pull out?
Well, in many senses, they're already feeling the impact. Look at where the ruble is. Look at where inflation is. Look at where the markets are in Russia. In terms of how Putin will feel the impact, we just sanctioned a range of oligarchs around him. We sanctioned 10 financial institutions. These are all significant, enormous steps that are going to have an impact on him. But in terms of the moment by moment, I can't give you an assessment of that.
Just off topic, there's been a lot of questions about refugees in the region. For Ukrainians that are in the country, is the U.S., especially after yesterday, considering TPS or any sort of protection?
Sure. As you know, that's a decision that would be made through an interagency process led by the Department of Homeland Security, and I don't have any prediction of that. I don't have any kind of prediction of that at this point in time. Obviously, these events are just unfolding as we speak.
That process hasn't started, that conversation?
I'm not going to give you any specifics on an internal process, but I would just say, again, it's an interagency process, and right now we're, of course, in the middle of an invasion and a war in Ukraine. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Earlier you had said you have to do a lot of things at the same time. One of those things, of course, is the State of the Union next week. Can you tell us how the President this week has been preparing for that, how much time he spent on this speech, and how he's juggling that with this very busy schedule that you laid out earlier tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. So in addition to obviously being very closely engaged and leading the effort on the U.S. response to the Russian military invasion of Ukraine, the president has been working with speechwriters, working with members of his policy team to finalize details of his State of the Union, starting to do some read-throughs, not too many yet. I expect those will increase in the days ahead. I expect we won't have too much of a preview for you, maybe tomorrow, but maybe more likely this weekend. He's also been engaging with his COVID team, talking about where we are in the state of the pandemic, what's next in the pandemic. He's been working closely with his economic team on and receiving updates on the supply chain, the implementation of the infrastructure bill. So even as we have all been understandably focused on the conflict in Ukraine, the president has been very hard at work on a range of issues that are vital to the American people.
You touched on my follow-up. ABC is reporting that the White House is revamping the COVID strategy now that hospitalizations are on the decline. Should we expect the president to roll that out in the speech next Tuesday?
I don't have any preview for you on timeline or format, but the president has been working and engaged with his COVID team for some time now, and we're making strong progress on moving toward a time when COVID is no longer a crisis. The COVID team has been spending a lot of time and energy, including with the president, working with experts inside and outside government, local public health officials and governors, and this work is broader than one piece of guidance. How we look at it is we're preparing to stay ahead of the virus, protecting our most vulnerable, keeping our country open, and that is going to look at everything from the CDC is obviously reviewing mask guidance, but also how we're going to ensure that vaccines, boosters, tests, treatments, and other important components of our medicine cabinet are available to the American people. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I had a couple of questions.
Sure. And then I'll go to you next. Go ahead.
Thanks. I had a couple of questions. First, a follow-up about some of the humanitarian needs you've been talking about.
Sure.
You've talked about how much money and supplies are going to be going, but how are you going to ensure that those supplies get to the Ukraine?
Yeah.
Is there going to be some sort of airdrop? And would the president consider putting U.S. boots on the ground for humanitarian needs to make sure they get to the people that need them?
Well, we do have, fortunately or unfortunately, a fair amount of experience on providing humanitarian assistance in conflict zones, and we typically work, and USAID specifically has a great deal of experience with that, working with trusted third-party entities, obviously the government, which remains in power. So there's a range of ways that we would provide assistance. In terms of other mechanisms, I don't have anything to predict for you at this point in time.
And then another question for you, and this has been happening while you've been up at the podium.
Okay.
So I'm not trying to ambush you, but I wanted to give you a chance to respond. Senator Ted Cruz is speaking at CPAC, and you came up. He called you "quote unquote" Peppermint Patty and has encouraged people to boo you. So I wanted to.
Don't tell him I like Peppermint Patty. So I'm not going to take it too offensively. Senator Cruz, I like Peppermint Patty. I'm a little tougher than that, but there you go. Go ahead.
Hi, yeah, so back to the president's comments earlier today. So he did say to give it a month to see if these sanctions work.
Yeah.
However, under Russia's current assault, Ukraine clearly might not have a month or even weeks. So is it fair to say that he is conceding Ukraine to Putin?
There's nothing about the president's strategy or approach or leadership in the world, building a coalition of the majority of countries, in the Western world, to stand against the actions of President Putin that suggests that he is ceding anything. You saw him lay out a set of historic sanctions today that will maximize pain on Russia. Yes, as we've conveyed, they're meant to have a squeeze over the course of time, but we're already seeing an impact on the financial markets, on the currency, on inflation in Russia, and there are unfortunately the Russian people are going to feel the pain of that. So I would say the president is going to continue, as he has for weeks now, to work in close lockstep with European partners to continue to press from the global community for de-escalation as it relates to the events in Ukraine. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. If President Zelensky is in danger of being killed or captured and put on some sort of a show trial, would President Biden send U.S. troops in on a rescue mission to get him out?
Again, we are in touch with President Zelensky, who is an important partner. We support him, he's the leader of Ukraine, the president of Ukraine, but I'm not going to get into security steps.
Okay. There's this talk about a possible forecast for financial pain, particularly at the gas pump for Americans. The president said today the notion that this is going to last for a long time is highly unlikely. Would he try to ensure that by lifting some of the restrictions that he's put in place on the energy industry or rethinking some projects like the Keystone Pipeline?
Well, first of all, the Keystone Pipeline is not flowing, so I'm not sure how that would solve anything. There's also plenty of oil leases that are not being tapped into by oil companies, so you should talk to them about that and why. But what the president's talking about is we certainly understand, and he said this today, right? May have been in response to your question, I don't remember, but if there's an invasion of another country by a big country, there's going to be impacts on the markets, right? And we certainly anticipated that, and we anticipate that as it relates to the global oil market as well. So that's why the president for weeks now has been engaging with a range of big global suppliers, some in the Middle East, others, to see what we can do to ensure there's supply out there in the market to reduce the impact on the American people.
And the U.S. is one of the Russian oil industry's best customers, hundreds of thousands of barrels per day. Would the president ever consider ordering U.S. companies to stop importing Russian oil?
I don't have any prediction of that at this point, Peter. We announced some significant sanctions today. Our objective is to ensure there is the greatest economic pain on Russia, and not on the Russian people, but on President Putin, and to minimize the impact on the American people, including companies here in the United States. All right, thanks everyone. See you tomorrow.
He said that he thinks that Putin's going to go and try to expand back the Soviet Union. So is this? Do you all think this is Act 1 in a multiple country invasion?
Well, I'm not going to make a prediction of that, but we certainly think he has grander ambitions in Ukraine.
To clarify that same point, does he believe that President Putin is going to absorb Ukraine into Russia when he says that President Putin wants to reestablish the Soviet Union? Is that what he's saying?
I think he believes that, as we all do, that President Putin has grander ambitions in Ukraine. Hence, the military campaign is continuing. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
All of us from now on.
We'll do this more tomorrow.
第4に、今回の事態により、我が国経済社会に生じるさまざまな悪影響を最小限にとどめるよう取り組みます。まず、エネルギーの安定供給についてです。現時点では、世界の原油供給はロシアの侵攻によっても 断絶しておらず、対ロシア経済制裁はエネルギー供給を直接阻害するものではありません。また、国内には現在、原油については国、民間合わせて約240日分の備蓄があり、LNG についても電力会社、ガス会社において2週間から3週間分の在庫を保有しています。このため、エネルギーの安定供給に直ちに大きな支障をきたすことはないと認識をしております。IEA や関係国と協議を行っている国際協調での備蓄放出や産油国、産ガス国への増産の働きかけなど、関係国や国際機関とも連携をしながら、必要な対策を機動的に講じ、国際的なエネルギー市場の安定化と、我が国へのエネルギー安定供給の確保に万全を期していきます。そして、原油など燃料価格高騰に対して国民生活や企業活動への悪影響を最小限に抑えるようにいたします。具体的には、当面は燃油価格の激変緩和事業を大幅に拡充強化し、小売価格の急騰を抑制します。本対策を中心とし、業種別対策や地方の取り組み支援、中小企業対策なども含む緊急対策を官房長官の下に設置した関係閣僚会合において早急に取りまとめます。電力・ガスの料金についても、燃料費が上昇したとしても、急激な価格上昇が起こらないように取り組みます。さらに、貿易保険の迅速な保険金支払いなど、輸出入などの事業活動に影響を受ける日本企業の支援も講じてまいります。ロシアによるウクライナ侵攻は国際秩序の根幹を揺るがす深刻な事態です。G7 をはじめとする国際社会と緊密に連携して対応してまいります。詳細はこの後、関係省庁から説明をさせます。私からは以上です。
それではこれから皆様よりご質問をいただきます。
Now we'd like to start taking questions from everyone. So those who are nominated, please come to the stand mic and please state your name and affiliation and one question for each person, please. And we have the following schedule. So around 8:50, we'd like to end this session. Thank you very much for your cooperation in advance. First off, from the lead companies.We'd like to take questions. TBS 森川さん。
TBS 森川です。よろしくお願いします。
TBS 森川。Thank you. About the sanctions on Russia. This time around, as part of the sanctions, energy industry of Russia, is it going to be sanctioned?
はい、まずは、本日発表した
As per today's
この措置を速やかに実施すべく必要な手続きを進めるとともに、引き続き我が国として今後の状況を踏まえつつ G7 をはじめとする国際社会と連携して適切に取り組んでまいりたいと存じます。今後とも G7 をはじめとする国際社会と緊密にこの情報交換、調整を行いながら対応を考えてまいります。
And we'd like to take adequate actions based on such information sharing.
ご質問を希望される方は挙手をお願いいたします。こちらで指名いたしますので、マイクにお進めください。なるべく多くの方にご質問いただくためにも、質問は一問ずつ簡潔にお願いいたします。それでは NHK の長谷川さん。
I'm Hasegawa from NHK. Let me ask about the relationship between Japan and Russia. You had a summit meeting with the President Putin on the other day for the northern territories, and also the peace agreement. The negotiation would continue. So, based on the sanctions and the situation, how do you see the impact on the negotiation?
ご指摘の北方領土問題に関する我が国の立場は変わりません。この変化はありません。しかしながらこの北方領土交渉、さらにはそれに関連して共同経済活動、こうした取り組みがあるわけですが、こうしたことへの影響については現時点において予断することは控えたいと思っています。
assumptions for the impact on this situation. では、共同手柴さん。
Next, 共同手柴さん。
共同通信の手柴。
共同通信。My name is Teshima. Thank you.
先ほど総理は
Like you have said, vis-a-vis Russia, economic sanctions were just mentioned, and as for the U.S. President, SWIFT, and from the international network for settlement, there will be the exclusion of Russia. Is it going to be such likelihood on your side? And as for this sanction, do you think it is enough to curb the Russians' actions?
まず我が国の制裁については資産凍結と殺傷発給停止、金融機関に対する制裁、そして輸出に関する制裁、こうしたものを考えており、詳細についてはまた後ほど事務方から説明をさせていただきたいと思います。そしてこの制裁については、米国、そして EU をはじめとする関係国と緊密に意思疎通を図り、情報交換を行った上で制裁を決定したということであります。G7 をはじめとする国際社会の連帯の強さを示すことができると考えております。そして今後については状況を見ながら引き続きそうした連帯を大事にしながら対応を考えていくということになると考えます。
それでは次に産経の長島さん。
Nagashima from Sankei. Thank you. In 2014, there was an annexation of Crimea. Compared to that, the economic measures are based on close communication with the US and European partners. That's how we see it. So I was wondering, what were your thinking?
国際情勢は、国際情勢全体は2014年当時と比べても大きく変化をしています。こうした国際情勢をしっかりと考えた上で、特に G7 をはじめとする国際社会の連帯連携、これは重要であるという認識のもとに緊密な調整を行って今回の制裁を決定したということであります。国際社会の情勢をしっかりと把握した上で、関係国との調整の結果、制裁を決定したというのが今回の内容ということであります。この内容について引き続き情勢の変化も見ながら、この連携を大事にしながら取り組みを今後の取り組みについて考えていくというのが我が国の対応であります。こういった考え方に基づいて制裁等について決定をし、取り組んでいるというのが現状であります。
それではその次のブルームバーグ・レイノルズさん。
ブルームバーグ・レイノルズさん。
Bloomberg News の例なんですけれども、今回のロシアによるウクライナへの侵攻が経済制裁を無視したような形になったかと思うんですけれども、アジアについて同じような現状変更は十分あり得ると思いますけれども、そうなった場合は経済制裁だけで歯止めにすることができますか？
今回のウクライナ侵攻は欧州のみならずアジアを含む国際秩序国際社会の秩序に影響する大変深刻な事態であると認識をしています。力による現状変更は認めないという意思を我が国としてもしっかり示していかなければならないと考えています。そしてこのご質問のアジアにおいての事態については、これは家庭をもって家庭の話として申し上げることは適切ではないと思います。いずれにせよ今申し上げたような考え方、力による現状変更は認めないという強い姿勢を示していくことは、この国際社会の全体のアジアを含む国際社会全体の秩序ということを考えても重要であると認識をし、政府としても我が国政府としてもしっかりと発信をしていきたいと考えます。以上です。
朝日池尻さん。
池尻さん from 朝日。
朝日新聞の池尻です。
This is Ikejiri from Asahi.
先日もプーチン
So
大
on
統
the
領
other
と
day,
電話会
you
談を
had
行ってましたけれども、
the phone meeting with President Putin. However, as a result, that Russia started its aggression. Do you think the G7 measures have been effective in order to curb the escalation of the Russia's action? What are you going to do?
我が国のみならず国際社会、世界各国がロシアに外交手段を通じて緊張緩和へ向かうべきであるということを働きかけました。しかし残念ながら今回ウクライナ侵攻という事態になってしまいました。このロシアに国際社会としての強い意思を示すことが今何よりも求められていると思います。そしてこの国際社会がいかに連帯してそして強い連携のもとにロシアに対して厳しいこの評価をし、そして厳しい制裁を科しているこの姿を示すことが重要であると思います。こうしたこの国際社会のこの連携の姿を示すことが今後の国際社会の秩序を守る上でも重要であると認識をし、我が国政府としましてもそういったこの連帯に連携にしっかり貢献をしていきたいと考えます。以上です。
日経秋山さん。
日経新聞の秋山です。
Nikkei newspaper. My name is Akiyama. About the soaring oil prices and your countermeasures, alleviation measures will be drastically enhanced, you said, and with IEA there will be collaboration. There was a mention on oil reserves and stockpile, and in the last session, trigger clause. Unfreezing the trigger clause and some other measures were also mentioned in the session. And on this front, including the link with what you have said, what would
原油の価格高騰への対応策として、まずは本日申し上げた燃油価格の激変緩和事業の大幅な拡充強化により小売価格の急騰を抑制していきたいと考えています。そして今後、このさらに原油価格が上昇し続けた場合の対応については、 国民生活、あるいは企業活動への悪影響を最小限に抑えることができるように、何が実効的で有効な措置かという観点から、あらゆる選択肢、これを排除することなく、政府全体でしっかりと検討し、対応していきたいと考えております。
フリーランス、安住さん。
安住さん、フリーランス。
フリーランスの安住です。総理にお伺いいたします。ですね、今やっぱり一番懸念されているところは、限定的ではあってもですね、もしかしたら核が使用されるかもしれないという話があります。特に2月の19日、戦略核部隊の演習などプーチンが行っておりまして、非常にその懸念はささやかれています。そこで、日本としてもですね、また広島を地元とされる総理にしても、やはりこの事態は必ず避けなければならないことだと思いますが、そういう点においては、例えばプーチン氏とですね、非常に長らく友好関係にある安倍元首相をですね、例えば派遣されるとか、あとはですね、やはり経済的な制裁の効果を実効的にするために、中国にやはり働きかけるとか、そういったその G7 の共同歩調以外のところで、独自の施策というのはお考えでしょうか。
はい、まず今回のウクライナ侵攻、これは国際法違反であり、国際憲章にも反する行為であり、これは到底容認することはできないということで、強い非難を表明させていただいています。そして G7 国際社会と協調する形で制裁措置等も明らかにさせていただいています。今後についてですが、今、ご指摘があったようなことについては、何も予定はありませんが、今後については、状況の変化をしっかり踏まえながら、連携は大事にしながら、何が適切なのか、これをこの状況の変化に応じて機動的に考えていく、こうしたことは大事だと思っております。今言えることは以上であります。
それでは大変恐縮ですが、あと2問とさせていただきます。
Now we'd like to limit the number of questions to 2 from now on. TV 東京。
テレビ東京篠原です。
篠原 of TV
今回
東京。
のロシアのウクライナへの侵攻はですね、問題の構造が似ている台湾海峡を取り巻く情勢にも影響を与えるのではないかという見方が出ていますが、
because of the similarity of the issue. How do you see this? And as part of the speech, from the national security perspective of Japan, this cannot be ignored. However, Senkaku and the northern territorial issue,
まず
how do you see
今
this?
回のウクライナ侵攻については、この欧州のみならず、アジアを含む国際社会の秩序に関わる問題であるということを再三申し上げています。そして、このアジアを含む、あと他の地域においても、力による現状変更、これは決して許されないんだというこの意思をG7 をはじめとする国際社会と連携する形で共に強く発信していくこと、これが重要であると思います。こういった姿勢を示すことが今後アジアを含む他の地域においても今回のような国際法違反あるいは国連憲章に反するような行為を抑制することにつながると信じます。ぜひこうした連携の下での発信をしっかり行っていきたいと考えます。
それでは最後の質問、ランダーさん。
ウォール・ストリート・ジャーナルのランダースと申します。サハリンでですね、日本企業、日本の商社がロシアの政府企業と共同でですね、ガス田開発をしているわけだと思いますけれども、結果としてこのロシア政府との共同事業によって日本人のお金がロシア軍の資金源になっているわけですね。このロシア軍の資金源になっている
military. So this joint activities between Japan and Russia, do you have any
はい、
intention
今回の制裁については、先ほど来申し上げているように、米国あるいは EU をはじめとする関係国としっかり調整を行い、連携をした上で内容を確定をしています。米国をはじめ関係国においても、このエネルギー分野は制裁対象から外れているということであります。こうした状況も踏まえて、我が国としても対応を決定したということであります。今後については、状況の変化を踏まえながら、何よりも関係国との連携を重視しながら、具体的に考えていきたいと思っております。以上です。
それでは予定の時刻となりましたので、本日の記者会見を終了させていただきます。ご協力ありがとうございました。
はい、ありがとうございました。
Bonjour tout le monde. Thank you for joining us following our special EU call. Welcome to the press conference. J'invite le président du Conseil européen à prendre la parole.
Bien, bonsoir à chacune et chacun. Nous avons eu ce soir un débat long, un débat substantiel, un débat grave également parce que nous nous sommes réveillés ce matin sur le continent européen avec un monde différent, un monde dans lequel l'ordre fondé sur des règles est ébranlé, est agressé de manière extrêmement douloureuse. C'était l'occasion pour nous d'affirmer la condamnation ferme de cette agression militaire, de cette guerre qui a été déclenchée en abusant et en usant de faux prétextes et de mauvaises excuses. Nous avons aussi eu l'occasion, une fois encore, d'affirmer l'unité de l'Union européenne, l'unité des États membres, l'unité avec nos partenaires, avec nos alliés, avec nos amis partout dans le monde, pour défendre la loi internationale, pour défendre cet ordre fondé sur des règles qui offre le plus de garanties pour la paix, pour la sécurité et pour la stabilité. Le deuxième point, c'est la décision politique qui a été prise d'enclencher un paquet additionnel de sanctions massives et de sanctions douloureuses à l'égard du régime russe. Nous avons eu l'occasion, avec l'ensemble des collègues, de réaffirmer cette fermeté, et cela en lien avec nos partenaires, avec les alliés. Il appartiendra au Conseil de l'Union de mettre en œuvre juridiquement les orientations politiques qui ont été arrêtées ce soir. Nous avons aussi évoqué la question du support pour le peuple ukrainien, pour l'Ukraine, la manière de mobiliser à la fois des capacités de financement, du soutien humanitaire. Nous avons aussi eu l'occasion d'entendre une adresse par le président ukrainien à l'occasion de ce Conseil européen. Ça a été un moment de gravité, un moment de dignité, un moment de sang-froid également, où avec beaucoup de franchise, il nous a fait part du message qu'il voulait nous adresser dans les circonstances extrêmement difficiles et douloureuses que l'on connaît actuellement en Ukraine. Et nous voulons souligner et saluer toute la dignité et le courage du peuple ukrainien qui fait face en ce moment même à une situation tragique. Ce sont des femmes, des hommes, des familles qui sont meurtries, qui sont ébranlées, qui sont directement touchées par l'horreur d'une guerre que l'on espérait tous impossible sur le continent européen il y a encore quelques jours, avec toutes les tentatives diplomatiques qui avaient été mobilisées afin de faire reculer cette menace. Enfin, nous avons eu l'occasion d'aborder aussi un certain nombre d'autres sujets, l'importance de mobiliser du soutien au flanc Est de l'Union européenne, bien entendu en lien étroit avec l'OTAN. Il y aura un sommet demain, cette question-là pourra être à nouveau abordée, mais nous préparons également, avec les pays les plus directement concernés, la solidarité afin de pouvoir mobiliser les aides humanitaires qui sont nécessaires et mobiliser aussi les moyens pour faire en sorte que des réfugiés puissent être accueillis de manière digne et de manière convenable. Enfin, cette situation montre également à quel point le débat qui a été ouvert depuis quelques années maintenant sur cette ambition de développer une Europe qui soit davantage orientée sur une souveraineté ou une autonomie stratégique prend sa pleine dimension lorsque nous sommes confrontés à ce à quoi nous assistons aujourd'hui. Deux exemples que je veux illustrer la nécessité d'être engagé sur le terrain de l'énergie pour réduire nos dépendances, pour réduire nos capacités d'indépendance stratégique dans ce domaine-là. Nous avons d'ailleurs l'intention, c'était une orientation qui a été prise depuis quelque temps, d'avoir un débat approfondi au mois de mars au Conseil européen qui aura lieu à Bruxelles sur ce sujet, sur base de propositions qui seront établies par la Commission européenne. Ce point a évidemment été abordé ce soir. Et puis l'importance de continuer à agir pour renforcer des capacités de sécurité, des capacités de défense. Bien entendu, l'OTAN est la pierre angulaire de notre sécurité. Nous pensons que des alliances fortes sont fondées sur des alliés forts, solides, et c'est aussi le sens de l'ambition que nous avons. Enfin, un dernier point, la question de l'engagement international. Nous voyons bien qu'il est important de mobiliser la communauté internationale, de mobiliser tous les pays dans le monde qui croient à un ordre fondé sur des règles, qui croient à la loi internationale, qui croient à la Charte des Nations Unies pour garantir la stabilité, la sécurité et le respect les uns des autres. Et c'est en cela que nous entendons bien être aussi extrêmement engagés pour tenter de progresser afin que l'on puisse veiller à ce que la communauté internationale soit ferme, soit debout, soit mobilisée pour défendre ces principes qui sont des principes extrêmement essentiels à nos yeux. Donc voilà quelques-uns des éléments que je voulais partager avec vous. C'est un Conseil européen qui n'était pas un Conseil européen anodin. Ce n'était pas une réunion banale, c'était une réunion où nous mesurions bien la gravité, la conscience de vivre un moment qui peut-être représente un tournant et pour lequel il appartiendra à notre génération, en Europe, avec nos partenaires partout dans le monde, de faire les bons choix, les choix judicieux, de faire preuve de courage à court terme, mais aussi à moyen et à long terme.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Madam President, you have the floor.
Thank you. Today's events are a watershed moment for Europe. Bombs are falling on innocent women, men and children. They fear for their lives and many are dying. And all of this happens in 2022 in the very heart of Europe. President Putin chose to bring back war to Europe. This is a fully fledged invasion in Ukraine. And this fundamentally puts into question our peace order. But today I also say the European Union stands united. Tonight, European leaders were fully aligned in condemning the atrocious and unprovoked attacks. Now we have to meet the moment. We will hold the Kremlin accountable. The package of massive and targeted sanctions European leaders approved tonight clearly demonstrates that. It will have maximum impact on the Russian economy and the political elite, and it is built of 5 pillars. The first is the financial sector. Second, the energy sector. The third is the transport sector. Fourth are export controls and the ban of export financing. And finally, visa policy. Let me highlight some of the most important points. First, this package includes financial sanctions that cut Russia's access to the most important capital markets. We're now targeting 70% of the Russian banking market, but also key state-owned companies, including the field of defense. And these sanctions will increase Russia's borrowing costs, raise inflation, and gradually erode Russia's industrial base. We are also targeting the Russian elite by curbing their deposits so that they cannot hide their money anymore in safe havens in Europe. The second main pillar targets the energy sector, a key economic area which especially benefits the Russian state. Our export ban will hit the oil by making it impossible for Russia to upgrade its oil refineries, which gave actually Russia export revenues of 24 billion euros in 2019. The third topic is the that we ban the sale of all aircraft spare parts and equipment to Russian airlines. This will degrade the key sector of Russia's economy and the country's connectivity. 3/4 of Russia's current commercial air fleets were built in the European Union, the US and Canada, and therefore they are massively depending on that. The fourth point is we are limiting Russia's access to crucial technology. We will hit Russia's access to important technologies it needs to build a prosperous future, such as semiconductors or cutting-edge technologies. And finally, on visas, diplomats and related groups and business people will no longer have privileged access to the European Union. As always, these measures are closely coordinated with our partners and allies. These are, of course, the United States, the United Kingdom, Canada and Norway, but now also joined by South Korea, Japan or, for example, Australia. Our unity is our strength. The Kremlin knows this, and it has tried its best to divide us, but it has utterly failed. It has achieved exactly the opposite. We are more than ever united, and we are determined. And to conclude, let me stress that these events indeed mark the beginning of a new era. We must be very clear in our analysis. Putin is trying to subjugate a friendly European country, and he's trying to redraw the maps of Europe by force. He must and he will fail. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Monsieur le Président de la République, je vous invite.
Merci beaucoup. Bonsoir, Mesdames, Messieurs. Nous avons donc tenu ce Conseil européen dans le contexte qui a été rappelé par Monsieur le Président, chez Madame la Présidente von der Leyen, celui non pas d'une crise mais d'une guerre, et du choix qui a été fait par le Président Poutine de lancer une série d'opérations militaires massives, et non pas ciblées, comme il l'a dit lui-même il y a quelques heures, sur le Donbass, mais bien des opérations militaires massives qui sont venues tuer plusieurs centaines de civils ukrainiens, comme l'a confirmé il y a quelques heures le président Zelensky lui-même. Face à cette situation de guerre, nous devons en tirer toutes les conclusions. Celle que le choix du président Poutine est, d'une part, de vouloir faire bégayer l'histoire européenne et nous ramener à des logiques d'empire et de confrontation. La deuxième, c'est de bafouer tous les principes qui président au droit international, aux chartes et traités souverainement signés par la Russie ces dernières décennies. Face à ce choix, d'abord nous avons décidé d'anticiper et de rester unis, et nous l'avons fait depuis le début. Notre unité, nous l'avons d'abord conçue pour discuter et donner toutes ses chances à la diplomatie, sans naïveté, sans concession, par un dialogue exigeant que nous avons conduit dans le cadre du format dit de Normandie, avec l'Allemagne, et également par les contacts que plusieurs collègues européens et que nos institutions ont pu prendre ces dernières semaines. C'est le choix délibéré du président russe de ne pas saisir cette voie. L'unité et la préparation, c'est celle aussi qui a présidé aux travaux menés par la Commission, et je veux remercier Madame la Présidente et ses équipes, et qui a fait que durant le mois qui vient de s'écouler, toutes les semaines qui viennent de s'écouler, l'Union européenne a travaillé étroitement avec l'ensemble de ses alliés, britanniques, canadiens, américains, pour concevoir l'ensemble des sanctions dont une nouvelle étape a été ce soir actée politiquement par l'ensemble des chefs d'État et de gouvernement. Tout ça a été préparé et conçu. Et donc, ce soir, nous avons décidé, je ne reviendrai pas sur la liste qui vient d'être détaillée par Monsieur le Président et Madame la Présidente, très claire, qui est une première réponse. L'Union européenne a décidé donc ensemble d'infliger des coups très sévères à Moscou sur à la fois des personnes et des secteurs. Elles seront complétées aussi par des mesures gouvernementales. J'ai ce matin demandé plusieurs travaux, en particulier sur des biens personnels et une série de personnalités en complément de ces mesures. Ces sanctions viseront également le régime biélorusse qui est complice dans cette offensive russe, et je veux insister sur ce point compte tenu des évolutions récentes des dernières semaines. Le deuxième élément que nous avons acté tous ensemble, sur lequel je voulais ici revenir, c'est évidemment le soutien à l'Ukraine. Une aide économique sans précédent à l'Ukraine a été actée avec l'adoption d'un paquet d'aides macrofinancières de 1,2 milliard d'euros. Elle ira plus loin et continuera à mobiliser tous les moyens financiers et matériels. Je veux ici dire que la France contribuera à cet effort supplémentaire avec 300 millions d'euros pour l'économie ukrainienne. Et nous sommes prêts à continuer à livrer des matériels militaires et de soutien à la population, comme j'ai pu le dire au président Zelensky. Le troisième élément, c'est celui de la protection des Européens et de l'ensemble des nations et des peuples. Protection militaire. J'ai confirmé ce jour, nous avons notifié à l'OTAN, et j'aurai l'occasion de rentrer dans le détail demain lors du sommet OTAN que nous tiendrons. La France continuera à jouer pleinement son rôle de réassurance des alliés de l'OTAN en envoyant en Estonie un nouveau contingent au sein de la présence avancée renforcée, en anticipant sa participation à la police du ciel balte dès le mois de mars et en accélérant aussi son déploiement en Roumanie. Au-delà de cela, je rappelle que nous sommes nation cadre de la VJTF et évidemment nous tiendrons notre rôle. Je l'ai rappelé, nous serons aux côtés de nos alliés de manière infaillible. Protection économique aussi, avec l'adoption rapide de mesures pour faire face à cette crise d'une exceptionnelle gravité, en particulier s'agissant des prix de l'énergie, pour que les citoyens européens et nos entreprises soient pleinement protégés. Et puis protection de notre démocratie, de nos opinions publiques, dans le contexte qui vient d'être rappelé, avec des initiatives supplémentaires que nous prendrons en matière de cyber, en matière de lutte contre la désinformation qui est en train d'être propagée sur les réseaux sociaux et par plusieurs relais de propagande russe sur le sol européen. Enfin, pour conclure, je rejoindrai ce que le président Michel, que je remercie aussi pour l'ensemble des initiatives qu'il a coordonnées et prises ces derniers jours et ces dernières semaines, et ce que la présidente von der Leyen a pu dire. Nous avons là, je crois, pleinement démontré la nécessité pour notre Europe d'accélérer son agenda de souveraineté. Les temps tragiques de l'histoire reviennent. La guerre est là, sur notre sol. Et donc, si besoin était d'avoir la démonstration que l'Europe n'est pas simplement un marché de consommateurs, mais bien une puissance qui doit penser son indépendance énergétique, sa transition climatique par elle-même, qui doit penser une Europe de la défense capable de protéger ses frontières, ses citoyens et de se projeter vers ses alliés, entre autres choses, et évidemment aussi une souveraineté technologique. La guerre que nous sommes en train de vivre nous le démontre cruellement. C'est pourquoi nous continuerons l'agenda amorcé ces derniers mois, ces dernières années, pour l'accélérer encore, car nous avons là la démonstration que dans les temps tragiques que nous vivons, l'Europe n'a d'autre choix que de redevenir, peut-être de devenir, oserais-je dire, une puissance. Je vous remercie.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. We'll take a few questions here in the room. Irini, you're first. Please go to the stand.
Irini Zarkadou, la télévision publique grecque et agence de presse grecque. Je voudrais vous demander si vous vous sentez trahi par Vladimir Poutine parce qu'il n'a pas gardé ses promesses. Il a commencé une guerre et si vous êtes encore en faveur d'un dialogue et sur quelles conditions, s'il vous plaît. Merci.
C'est pour moi. Nous avons, comme je le disais, tout fait pour que la voie diplomatique puisse l'emporter. Et je rappelle que sur la question ukrainienne, les accords de Minsk prévalaient, étaient le cadre agréé par toutes les parties et le format de Normandie, celui qui faisait autorité et légitimité. Jusque quelques heures avant le lancement des opérations, la reconnaissance de deux républiques illégitimes, puis les opérations militaires, nous discutions encore avec le président Poutine des détails de la mise en œuvre des accords de Minsk. Donc oui, il y a eu duplicité, oui, il y a eu un choix délibéré, conscient du président Poutine, de lancer la guerre quand nous pouvions encore négocier la paix. Dans ce contexte, la situation est celle que nous connaissons. Elle appelle d'abord un soutien inconditionnel au peuple ukrainien, à ses autorités, son président. C'est le soutien que nous apportons, c'est celui d'une solidarité entre Européens. Elle implique une série de sanctions et de mesures que nous venons de rappeler, mais elle implique aussi de savoir garder les canaux ouverts pour que le plus vite possible, le cessez-le-feu puisse être décidé et les hostilités arrêtées. Car aujourd'hui, comme je le rappelais, ce sont des civils qui sont tués. Voilà la situation, voilà comment je la vois aujourd'hui. Mais de manière très claire, le choix a été fait de manière délibérée par le président russe de faire la guerre. Et donc nous devons aussi en tirer les conséquences.
Next question. Markus, you have the floor. Markus Becker.
Markus Becker with Der Spiegel from Germany. This is a question for all the three of you, if I may. It's about the fact that obviously the oil and gas imports from Russia are not to be curbed at the moment in the scope of the sanctions package. And this is about also something that the Polish Prime Minister said during his doorstep. He said that Mr. Putin takes the money from us Europeans for his oil and his gas and turns it into invasion of aggression. So was this dilemma, this moral dilemma, something the leaders talked about today, and how do you think the EU should deal with this dilemma? Thank you.
Yeah, we discussed a lot about this important question, this important topic, the energy sector, and this is the demonstration that this is very important for all of us to learn the lessons and to be less dependent. This is what we are trying to do with our climate change agenda, especially with the green transition, because we think it's important to have more sovereignty in this field. But of course, the transition will be extremely important. That's why we are taking many concrete initiatives in order to see how it will be possible in the short term, but also in the mid-term, to diversify our supply chains in order to be less dependent. And again, this one very concrete, very obvious example that demonstrates that we need to develop our strategic autonomy.
Well, first of all, indeed, the one instrument that is being used concerning fossil fuels from Russia is that the instruments are being banned that are crucial to refine the oil. I mentioned the 24 billion euros per year that are the revenues for refined oil. These instruments are built in Europe. They are unique and cannot be replaced globally by other suppliers. So we will see that over time there will be a depletion of revenues from the refined oil. No chance anymore for Russia to refine oil and then sell it. On a second sheet of paper, we have to look at the fact that we are indeed today too dependent of Russian fossil fuels. Russia has proven, Gazprom has proven, not to be a reliable supplier. And we have to do everything to reduce this dependency of Russian gas, oil and coal. And indeed, at the moment being, we have been working hard in the last weeks to come to a stage where we are able to say today, for this winter, we would have enough supplies of gas from elsewhere, LNG gas, from reliable suppliers, in case that President Putin would completely decouple us from Russian gas. But this is the short term. And indeed, in the mid and long term, we have to develop a clear strategy with these bad experiences over the last year. We have to develop a clear strategy how to get completely independent of Russian fossil fuel. One of the solutions is indeed, if I look at the gas sector, to work with the suppliers for LNG gas. It has the advantage that we have the terminals, we have the pipeline network all over the European Union. So from wherever the LNG gas is landing, it can be brought, transported to every different part of the European Union. But it also has a second big advantage. This whole infrastructure can be used over time for green hydrogen. We do not have to build a new infrastructure, but we can use all these pipelines. So the motto is get rid of the dependency of Russian gas and go deep into the renewables, and this will be our new strategy we have to intensify.
J'ai une dernière question de Mathieu Koch, BFM. Mathieu.
Bonjour Madame la Présidente, bonjour Messieurs les Présidents, Mathieu Koch, BFM TV. Monsieur Macron, vous avez parlé à Vladimir Poutine ce soir. Est-ce que vous pouvez nous donner quelques éléments sur la teneur de cet entretien? Dans quel état d'esprit était le président russe ce soir? Et est-ce que cela a encore un sens de dialoguer avec lui alors qu'il a bafoué, vous l'avez dit, le droit international en déclenchant cette guerre? Jean-Yves Le Drian le qualifie de dictateur. Reprenez-vous ce terme? Et puis, autre question, une crise humanitaire a déjà commencé. Est-ce que la France s'engage à accueillir des réfugiés ukrainiens qui vont affluer en Europe dans les jours qui viennent? Je vous remercie.
D'abord, sur la crise humanitaire que vous évoquez, nous en avons ce soir discuté très longuement, et je crois pouvoir dire qu'il y a unanimité pour rappeler ici, en effet, la solidarité de tous les Européens. Et d'ailleurs, cette crise, je crois, rappelle à certaines et certains autour de la table qui avaient pu faire preuve de moins de solidarité quand la pression migratoire venait d'autres frontières de l'Europe, qu'il est bon que l'Europe soit totalement solidaire et responsable ensemble. Et donc la France, comme tous les autres pays européens, prendra sa part, et je peux ici vous le confirmer évidemment, pour à la fois assister la population ukrainienne et pour toutes celles et ceux qui fuiraient le sol ukrainien et se retrouveraient sur le sol de l'Union européenne, venir en solidarité et pouvoir accueillir. Et donc nous le ferons en Européens, de manière coordonnée, responsable et solidaire. Ensuite, j'ai eu un échange franc, direct, rapide avec le président Poutine, à la demande du président Zelensky tout à l'heure, pour d'abord lui demander l'arrêt dans les meilleurs délais des combats et surtout lui proposer de discuter, lui demander de discuter avec le président Zelensky dont c'était la demande, celui-ci ne parvenant pas à le joindre. Et donc, j'ai à la fois passé ce message de la France à la Fédération de Russie, de manière claire, et j'ai aussi transmis ce message du président ukrainien au président russe. Ça n'a pas produit d'effet, vous le voyez bien pour le moment, puisque le président russe a choisi la guerre. Et je pense que c'est de ma responsabilité, d'abord, de prendre de telles initiatives quand elles sont demandées par l'Ukraine, et ensuite, tout en condamnant, tout en sanctionnant, tout en continuant à décider et agir, de laisser ce chemin ouvert pour que le jour où les conditions pourront être remplies, nous puissions obtenir une cessation des hostilités pour les Ukrainiennes et pour les Ukrainiens.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, Madame la Présidente. This concludes our press conference for tonight. Thank you and see you soon. Merci beaucoup.